Good morning. And we will have less than 1 minute, and we will have the public participation portion of the County Council meeting on this 4th day of February 2020. And if you wanted to speak, if you've turned your card in, you will have 3 minutes to tell us what's on your mind. Please address your comments to me, and we will not respond to those. Be courteous of those that you are speaking to or about. And we will begin it is 9 o'clock, 9:30, and we'll go ahead and begin the public participation portion of the meeting. And we have two people who wish to speak to us this morning. The first is Alvin Mortimer. If you'll state your name and address for the record and tell us what's on your mind.
Alvin Mortimer, Deltona, Florida. I contest the arrangements made here today for me to speak. This is not what the judge explained and ruled in civil court on 4/25/19. It is my belief local government is again violating my right to fair and impartial treatment. As always, I thank all of Volusia County first responders and their service and sacrifice. I would hope the media would shed some light on the shady business that seems to be accepted here at Volusia County. I have been a vocal and very public critic of the current elected sheriff and the county government as well. The common theme of many visits to meetings was the embarrassment to come to the county because of their failure to take action. If the past is a hint of the future, they'll continue to suffer embarrassment rather than acknowledge or embrace a resolve. We have a sheriff who operates by these same principles. In fact, Saturday he released an urgent memo from within county government alleged misappropriated compensation and an unvoted on and unknown agreement to repay. Isn't or couldn't this be construed as government corruption, or at least an assumed crime if in fact accurate? And isn't the current elected sheriff the chief law enforcement official of Volusia County entrusted with investigating such crime? Is he not capable to do his job? The memo suggests this may not be an isolated incident and a common theme that may have cost a great deal of taxpayer money. I agree with this synopsis, and I would like to share why. I have filed concerns about Andrew Gant, VSO PIO, offering opinions on county business at the direction of the sheriff for the sheriff on his Facebook page, promoting the sheriff's re-election campaign during normal business hours. I propose a motion by the representatives of County Council to immediately call for a full forensic outside audit of all Volusia County departments and agencies to include access to records, sunshine laws, finances, grants, and also a citizen committee to handle sheriff's office complaints and BWC footage. This is the only option to restore trust and move forward rather than remain stagnant, and accepting the current situation as the norm and opening the county to more embarrassment and liability. In my eyes, it doesn't really matter if it's $200 or $33,000. That is the money of Volusia County residents intended to be used to better Volusia County's infrastructure and not fund political careers or futures. Fix it today. You are entrusted by voters to serve we the people and not who you politically endorse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mortimer. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, 413 North Granbury Avenue, Daytona Beach side. I'm a bit nervous, better yet concerned about what's transpiring or what appears to be transpiring with the County Council. A couple months ago, Deneen was dismissed. Some of us were hoping that that would happen. Surprised that it did, but I think it was for the best. About 2-3 weeks ago, Eckerd left, surprised, saddened. After 30 years, I was a bit disappointed in the way that he left. About a week ago, apparently, Jamie was dismissed without warning, and that's what's concerning me. Who's next? Then the paper says, oh, we're going to change things, and she needed to go because we're changing things. I don't recall any of you ever discussing that at the dais. Those things should have been discussed out in the open. So it gives us cause. Why are things changing? If you all are not discussing it, then where is it coming from? because a lawyer, especially this particular lawyer, and the one that was replaced, is very knowledgeable in terms of environment. Is there going to be a change in the environment? I know that Ms. Wheeler was upset with the driving on the beach, which seems to be the catalyst for Dan, but Jamie was very pro-environmentalist. I remember Denny's, I was upset when they took that beautiful dune out for like 3 or 4 cars. So it appeared to us that things were changing. I'm worried about things that are being discussed not in public, because if indeed you are changing the way that our attorney handles things, is it the environment? Many of us are concerned about the environment. I'm concerned about the environment. I'm unhappy the way it had been handled in the past. Past councils years ago had no thought and could care less about those of us that lived on the beach side. They took driving off the beach as a given. They could care less what we on the beach wanted, and the people on the west side of the county could care less because they were not impacted by it. It really hurts us when things are done to our beach. And with the new roundabout coming and several other things coming, I'm worried about what's going to happen. I hope and pray that your new changes are not anti-environmental. I know some of those environmental things have gone too far. I agree with that. I agree with the turtles. They've gone too far with that. But I don't want the crux of the matter changing. We've saved the center part of our county for a valued reason. I don't want that to change. So I want you to look very carefully on the things you change. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Karen Delistley, and you're wanting to speak on item D, but I'll allow you to speak now because I don't know when item D may or may not come before us, other than the consent agenda. So,
Okay,
thank you.
my name is Karen Delisle, and I live in Ormond Beach, Florida, and I am here to commend, yes, commend the Volusia County Council on the realization of the First Step Shelter. And as a retired RN who worked mainly with psychiatric patients, I cannot tell you how many times that I have sat with patients on a psych unit who are homeless and who are afraid to go to sleep at night because they don't want to be robbed, they don't want to be raped. And being a questioning person, I said, well, how do you wash up? And they said, with the cold water in gas station bathrooms. And oftentimes, they are just at such risk. And these are people that are already dealing with serious issues. And for them to have a stable place to be, to even get a couple of nights sleep, get a couple of good meals, and just to have that feeling of security is a cost that I don't think can be even estimated. And it's wonderful. And I know our county is very concerned with bright and shiny growth, and we see it everywhere, and we know that there's new industries coming. And I just think it's important that we also have a heart here in Volusia County for those who are much less comfortable than we are. Last night we all slept in nice, warm, comfy beds with nice sheets and woke up and had probably a cup of coffee this morning, or if you're like me, a Diet Coke. And they don't have that privilege, and it is such a privilege. So I commend the leadership here that we have gone ahead, seen it to his realization, and just want to improve it. We're not ready to walk away when things don't go seamlessly. And if any of you are parents, you know that parenthood isn't all the ideal thing from the get-go. It takes some adjusting and growing and learning together. And so again, thank you very much and for making me proud to be a Volusia County resident.
Thank you, Karen. Suzanne Odina. I hope I got that one right.
Good morning. I'm Sue Odina. I live at 716 North Wild Olive, Daytona Beach. And I spoke with you last spring, and I want to speak with you again on the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee. We were very disappointed that our sole responsibility was to review the 11 articles. We really wanted to do more and be a more benefit to our community, perhaps to suggest ways that we could come up with more affordable housing, to make sure that we had an actual knowledge of what housing that we do have and what the people really want in their communities as opposed to forcing them to have an apartment building when they'd really rather have small individual homes, or forcing them to have small homes or even homes that are a little bigger than small when they'd really want to have an apartment in a building where they felt safe. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's all I have. Are there any other cards? If not, we will close the public hearing portion of the meeting, and we will convene the council meeting at 10 o'clock. And I will give you a 5-minute, 3-minute, 1-minute warning. Good morning. We have less than 5 minutes. We have less than 5 minutes, so I'm giving you warning. I'll give you a 2-minute warning, and then I'll give you a 1-minute warning because we have a lot on the agenda today. We have a lot on the agenda, and we want to get started at 10 o'clock. I know, well, I'm not getting any quiet, but you've got plenty of time. 4 minutes and 10 seconds. Everybody got quiet. Thank you. You still have 3 minutes and 28 seconds. Good morning again. This is your friendly reminder. We have less than 1 minute. T minus 1 minute and counting. Good morning again. It is 10 o'clock. We will call to order the meeting of the February 4th, 2020 of the Volusia County Council. And ask any of you who may have devices that may make a noise during the meeting if you would put them to silent. And at this time, we will have the invocation by Pastor Michael Stovall of Tomoka Christian Church, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm going to ask council if you'll join me and stand.
Good morning. Let's pray this morning. Dear Father in heaven, we thank you for this day. We thank you for the sun that shines. We thank you, Lord, for life that you have given us. And Father, we thank you for the community in which you allow us to live together. So Father, in this day and in this moment and in this time this morning, I pray, Father, for your collective wisdom to those who serve our community, who make decisions. Father, I pray, Lord, that you would bring your blessings upon our community. Lord, help us to seek and to serve and to live in a way that honors you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, can we have the roll call, please?
Miss Denise? Miss Gertman?
Here.
Mr. Johnson? Here. Dr. Lowry?
Here.
Miss Post?
Here.
Miss Wheeler?
Here.
Mr. Kelly?
Here. Okay, does anyone have, make a note that items B and H have been withdrawn from the consent agenda. Does anyone wish to comment on any of the items? Ms. Gertman.
I'd like to pull D and E just for conversation.
For D and E, okay. Ms. Post.
I'd like to pull C for a vote, and I'd like to pull D Delta and O Oscar for just for discussion.
What was the last one?
O
Okay.
Oscar?
Can I get a motion for the consent agenda absent item C?
So moved.
Is there a second? Motion to approve the consent agenda absent item C. Any objection to that motion? Hearing no objection, the consent agenda passes absent item C. If council will bear with me at this time, I'm going to actually move items 12 and 15 forward. Dr. Lowry has an emergency. He has to leave, and we're going to go with item 15 first, and then we'll go with item 12. Item 15 is the attorney's compensation, and item 12 will be the bus transportation issue presentations. Is that okay?
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
On item 12, item 15, sorry. We've already voted on it. We're going to do the consent comments because it's longer than this, and we'll do that after. We'll do that after. We want to get this over with. And on the agenda, on the consent agenda, on the item, Ms. Post, your name is still up?
Yep.
Okay. On the, what I would suggest on the county attorney interim compensation would be the standard kind of 5% bump with the normal car allowance as provided previously by the attorney. Any discussion on that?
You need a motion on that?
Yes.
I'll move that. So moved.
Second? Motion made by Lowry, second by Wheeler to give a 5% raise retroactive to January, whatever that date was, 8th, 9th, whatever the date was, for Mike, January 9th.
January 9th.
To Mike Dyer, along with a audit car allowance as standard procedure. We have a motion and a second. Ms. Gertman.
I just wanted to ask, is that within the range for county attorney?
Well below.
So it is interim county attorney, so why wouldn't it, if there's an increase, why wouldn't it be at least at the lower range of the county attorney range?
He's already at a, George?
Let me just say that, remember, the county attorney is is a contract position directly to you. There really is no published range when it comes to the manager or the county attorney. I believe, and Mike can speak for himself, but the 5% is standard for any employee that steps into an interim position.
Okay, then I'm good.
Okay. Any other discussion? We have the motion and second to approve the 5% increase retroactive to January 9th, and audit car allowance is allowed by the county. Any further discussion, objection? Any objection? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous. And before we go forward, who made the motion on the consent agenda? Anybody remember?
Fred?
Huh?
Fred?
Fred made the motion on the consent. Who made the second?
Billy.
Okay, I thought. Okay, now we'll move to item 12. And this is Donna Butler.
Good morning. You're actually going to get Pam Wilski first to kind of go through the.
You sure don't look like Donna Butler. Did I miss something?
I know, and I'm back so soon too. But you're going to get me to just kind of go over some procedural things with you, and then Donna's going to come up and get us started.
Okay.
So anyway, today we bring before you request for proposal 19-P-37BB. Transit management. You will have two firms that are going to present to you today. The two that submitted proposals are RATP Dev and First Transit. Each firm will have 15 minutes to present, followed with your question and answer period for them. Once that is finished, we'll take just a very short break, bring the second firm in, same process will take place. Donna is going to do an introductory presentation to you all just to go over a little bit of the history and the parameters within the solicitation that went out. Once that is done, then we'll bring it back to you all for council discussion, and then at whatever point you tell me you are ready to fill out your ballots, we'll hand out your ballots and we'll take care of that, tabulate, and then I'll read the results to you all for a motion.
Okay.
That's basically how it's going to run today.
Let me just add one thing to that. Since they are on the clock for a 15-minute presentation, I'll ask that we hold questions till the question and answer time after their presentation. We all just make a note instead of stopping them. So because we're going to hold them to 15 minutes.
Exactly, and I explained that
Thank
to
you.
them this
Okay.
morning first thing, so they know that. So anyway, so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Donna Butler, and then your first presentation will actually come from First Transit today.
Okay.
All right. Need my PowerPoint?
One second. So I'm going to go over the purpose of the solicitation and what we asked for in the solicitation. So it's competitive sealed proposals. We asked them to talk about the management and what they're responsible for is the management of the day-to-day operation of VOTRAN, provide consultation and recommendations on public transportation policy. We asked them to share how they would optimize cost effectiveness, increase ridership, provide superior customer service, exhibit financial stability, develop their staff, schedule adherence, how they meet the standard set. Sorry?
I'm just saying efficiency. Is that in there anywhere?
That's kind of in the overall management of the day-to-day operations. Present a positive image of fleet and system, including cleanliness, supply technical support in all matter relevant to operating a transit system, and provide a qualified experienced executive to serve as the general manager. The general manager is their only true employee. 1.0 of the purpose in your document that you had before you said the awarded contractor shall employ all current transit personnel with the exception of the general manager. So the general manager is the only individual that they'll place into the system. So history, you're probably aware that VOTRAN was established in 1975 and has both fixed route and demand responsive services on east and west sides of the county. There are a little more than 2,500 bus stops located throughout the county. Most VOTRAN riders are transit dependent. Onboard surveys have indicated that the majority of folks are transit dependent. We have fixed route ridership that exceeds 3 million passengers per year. Paratransit is about 260,000, 24 fixed route, 2 flexible route services, and paratransit services for persons with disabilities. They have approximately 300 employees in their workforce. 221 of those are Teamsters. And then a collective bargaining unit. Includes the service island workers, maintenance technicians, and bus operators. So there were 2 responses, RATP Dev. They've been the transit provider for Volusia County since 1975. Excuse me, they have 47 years of transportation operations and management experience, and they have experience throughout the United States. First Transit has 60 years of transportation operations and management experience in North America and the United Kingdom. They have extensive transit management in 50 locations, serve over 20 systems in the state of Florida. So these were the evaluation components that were in the actual scope. So what's the total cost, which is the monthly management fee for each year of the 5-year contract? Their qualifications, references, overall project methodology. That includes a proposed transportation mobilization plan to include a timeline. So if a new group is coming in, how long is it going to take them to be up and running? Are there any transitions that would need to take place for the current system if the current incumbent stays in? Financial stability, we looked at the Dun & Bradstreet reports, business plan, and labor contracts. So today's presentations, they've been asked to speak on the following. Some of this is included in the package that you received, and some of it's asking for a little bit more detail. So what support do they have from corporate here locally? If the general manager is placed here, what support up the line are they receiving? We've asked them to include fiscal audits and marketing, technology implementation, any new technology that they would bring to the system, and explain the benefit that it would provide to the consumer. Transition plan, provide a specific timeline for transition once the contract is awarded. So we need to know what that time frame looks like. Include all steps necessary. Transportation safety, explain all aspects of transportation safety and the benefit that would provide as well. Grants management, explain their methodology in assisting local systems. And also, we ask that they provide a list of grant findings received by any of their local systems within the last 5 years through grant monitoring or audits, and provide how those findings were dealt with and what your procedures are to cure any deficiencies. So that's it. So with that, First Transit will begin, and I don't know who's going to start. Let you all come up. Oh. So I don't know who's clicking, but here's the forward.
Mr. Chair, did anyone get a copy of that presentation? Because I do not have that, and that would be very helpful to me.
This?
No,
I can have copies made for you, but I'll give you this
I'd
now.
appreciate it. Thank you. Do you want to make copies, or?
I'll get several
Okay,
copies.
yeah.
Okay, the clock will start ticking the minute a sound comes out of your vocal cords.
Good morning, Claudia San Miguel, your proposed general manager. Thank you all for having us here. First Transit is very excited to be here today and be able to present to you all with our proposal. Thank you also to the both Trans staff and everybody else that made this bid possible for us. At this time, I'd like to present and introduce the members here. With First Transit, I'm Mr. Nick Pomponas, our Senior Vice President who oversees transit management. Also, Mr. Bill Harnett, our area Vice President, who will oversee this particular operation, and myself, Claudia San Miguel, again.
Hi, good morning. Okay, thank you. Nick Prompota, Senior Vice President with First Transit. Let's just spend just a moment telling you a little bit about our firm. Our firm's full-service transportation provider with its roots in transit management, the type of work that you've solicited for in this procurement. We've been in the business of providing transportation services and management services since 1955. And as a company, we have a wide range of services, including a dedicated transit management product. Our products and services have evolved with the industry needs as the industry has progressed since our inception in 1955, and we continue to evolve as an organization. We are now in the business of autonomous vehicles, providing autonomous vehicle services, and also getting into the mobility as a service product. The numbers are a bit daunting if you look at them because it points to a very large organization. We are a very large organization, but we are very community-oriented and service-focused for each and every one of our customers. We develop a customer care program for every single one of our operations that includes an annual operations management plan that we manage our deliverables, your expectations in the solicitation, and then other needs that are ultimately required in order to advance your transit system. So with that in mind, let me just hand it over to Bill Harnett for a moment. He's going to speak on the next slide, but what I'd like to do is, as I hand it over to Bill, is to let you know that Bill, who has been with our company for a good number of years, actually started his career here at Votran. Actually began here as the manager of administration way back, dare I say, mid-1980s.
Thank you, Nick. Thank you for having us here. It feels good to be home. Just some relevant qualifications that we have for Votran. Like Nick said, we are a large corporation. We have over 335 fixed route and demand response contracts across the United States. We offer millions of trips every year on our systems. And we're an accomplished ADA provider. We understand ADA. We know how to do ADA efficiently and effectively. When we look at Florida, we have numerous contracts in Florida, 23 contracts in Florida. So we understand Florida. We understand how to do business in Florida. We understand what it takes. We have 50 transit management contracts in the United States. So we are, I think it's safe to say, the largest transit management operator in the United States. We have a dedicated transit support team. So we have people that only support our contracts. They do nothing else. They don't run transit systems. They only support our contracts. So with that being said, I'm going to turn it back over to Nick to talk a little bit about our approach to how we provide our support.
As mentioned, we do have a dedicated division, transit management division. This chart here in front of you is just a quick organization chart off to the right-hand side. You can see the number of dedicated resources as it relates to supporting our day-to-day operations. We have 2 region vice presidents, 4 area vice presidents, and then concentrations in key subject matter areas, including human resources and recruitment, financial services, safety directors, et cetera. We draw upon additional resources that I'll touch on here in just a moment that provide additional services such as labor relations when we negotiate contracts, et cetera. We handle those services internally as a company. What you see here in front of you is an overview really of our approach in transit management. It's a 5-part approach that includes providing you all with a qualified general manager and then a senior executive that works with that manager and works with the customer on a daily basis. That would be Bill in this case. And then other added valued services, including access to our corporate purchasing agreements, that provide cost savings opportunities for the organization long term. And then, of course, the power of our network. We are highly networked and collect best practices and quite frankly, communicate very effectively and frequently in making sure that we share lessons learned from all of our transit management properties across the country. Bill's going to tell you a little bit more now about our proposed general manager.
I'm very excited to talk about Claudia. Claudia's been with, in Laredo Transit, El Metro is what they call it there, for 7 years. Tremendous amount of experience. I'm not going to date her as Nick did with me. However, she's got a substantial amount of transportation experience. Previously, she was with the school system in Laredo where she was the fleet manager. So it's a general manager that brings operations experience, brings grants experience, administration experience, and also brings maintenance experience. So Claudia is a well-rounded general manager that understands all aspects of what we do in transit. So I hope I'm not making you blush. And prior to that, she was in logistics for General Motors. So she has dealt with FTA. She understands FTA. She understands dealing with state DOTs, which oftentimes are very similar. So she understands grants. She understands compliance, the compliance issues that FTA brings, and she has a lot of union experience. So as far as bringing you a well-rounded, experienced manager, Claudia fits the bill on all pieces. So next, I'm going to turn it back to Nick to expand on the corporate support.
So this begins a handful of questions, specific questions that we were asked to come in and present to you, our responses to you, beginning with the support that we provide as a corporation. And in front of you, this pretty healthy list of subject areas that our team in transit management, direct team in transit management, provides to our general managers. Now, as part of our planning process on an annual basis, needs change from year to year, so we plan accordingly. And we deploy resources in an organized fashion, and we can also deploy resources on an as-needed basis as well. But these are particular areas. What we try to do is to organize the deployment of those services annually. So case in point, it may be time for you to have a fleet review where we may bring in our resources to take a look at your fleet, take a look at maintenance practices, and determine if you have the appropriate policies and procedures in place, if you're being managed ultimately in maintenance as efficiently as possible. So that's an area that, quite frankly, drives a lot of costs for transit systems. So we place emphasis on that. Another area is audits and compliance. If you are not compliant, then ultimately you run into a whole host of problems long term. Potentially you put your funding at risk. So that's an area that we spend a tremendous amount of time on. We make sure that all of our operations, all of our managed locations go through a precursor review internally with us in advance of major reviews, particularly triennial reviews from the FTA. We like to minimize our findings. Inevitably, there's always findings, but we want to make sure that those findings are insignificant and can be resolved fairly quickly and not ones that make headlines. So with that said, let me move over to the next slide and talk about these are the expanded services that we provide with resources within First Group America. We have a robust labor department that is equipped with a healthy number of labor attorneys, and that's all they do, is they literally negotiate contracts every day of their existence, in addition to dealing with arbitrations and other very labor-specific items that will come up from time to time. Those resources are available to us and deployed as necessary, as you can see, a robust safety department that we have in Cincinnati that provides additional resources to our safety folks. Let me go ahead and transition. Actually, let me just make one more comment here. This is a quote from one of our customers in Florida. Now, why is that in the presentation? Key for you all to know is that we survey all of our customers annually in a very structured, formal process. We look for feedback, and we measure that feedback annually. We measure it against prior scores, and our goal is to advance your satisfaction score annually. That's something that we pay a lot of attention to. That is something that is front and center to our general manager and to our area vice president, something that they focus a lot of time and energy, especially in our planning process and our customer care programming. So let's move on to number 2.
And I promise you we'll get to hear from Claudia very soon. On technology, one of the questions was about technology. And First Transit is a company that is moving forward with technology. We have our technology vice president actually lives in Florida. He lives over on the West Coast, but he's very close to here. We're, like Nick said, we're into autonomous vehicles. We're into mobility as a service. So we understand the technology that's coming. We understand how it can affect and impact the system and grow the system. So what we've embraced in our team is we use some online technology to communicate and keep everybody connected, like Teams and Yammer and things like that. We have an online monthly reporting system so we can gather information, share information, and we have First Transit University online training with over 300 classes that managers can take to keep up to date and keep their skills fresh. As far as the technology implementation, the first thing that we would do here is assess what technology there is, what's out there, what would help, and what it would cost. So we would bring that back to Volusia County staff and say, this is what we think would help the system and why we think it would help the system. And the box below is just a list of things that we can offer, that we can bring to bear to help the system. I'm not going to read through them all, but you can see that it covers virtually every piece of the transit business. So with that being said, I'm going to let Claudia talk a little bit about the transition program.
Claudia Miguel again. Real quick, 3 minutes on the clock to speak about a complete transition. Basically, the commitment and my personal promise to you is to make this as seamless as possible to all the stakeholders, from everybody in this room, to the employees, to the union, and to the community itself, the actual users of the transit system. That's the commitment and that's the promise that I can make to you all. It will begin with a review of the fleet. Obviously, we want to make sure that the recruitment, the hiring, and the people behind the wheels and taking care of the vehicles back at the shop, they're prepared to do so. Facility review, roles, definitely will adopt the current CBA, which I pretty much expect to be a concern. The CBA will be accepted and adopted as it is. Obviously, there'll be opportunities as anything else to improve, and that's, again, part of our commitment. So the list is long. Again, implement a recruitment plan to rehire every current employee, review policies that pertain to compliance with drug and physical examinations for employee, definitely bring in some of that First Transit guidance as far as the background checks and all that. And then at the end, again, the promise and the commitment is to make this as seamless as possible to all the stakeholders. Again, how we're going to accomplish that? Obviously, transparency, and that's something that part of my experience working both on the public sector and the private sector with my 12 years with General Motors, is transparency and communication. Everybody needs to know what's going on. That's the only way everything's going to be a success at the end. So frequent communication with both Tran and everybody else will be pretty much the way to do this.
And then in regards to safety, safety is a cornerstone for First Transit. It's what we live by. We've got a Be Safe program that we've adopted where all of our managers go through this program, and it's a proactive approach to doing no harm. I'm not going to go over all the things here. You all can read them, but we are committed to being safe. We've got a safety toolbox that the Volusia County, the VOTRAN will have access to with all of our training materials that will all be available. And I see that I'm down to a minute, so I will go quick. And our goal is to decrease accidents and incidents, decrease service interruptions, and increase on-time performance and efficiencies. And obviously, our goal is to protect the VOTRAN passengers in the Volusia County community. That is our overarching goal. So with that being said, on the grants management, suffice it to say, with our contracts, we have tremendous grants experience and every grant that FTA and states have available. So we know what we're doing. We've done many audits. We deal with audits when there's an issue. We bring the support needed from corporate to come in and deal with it and make the changes necessary and get compliance. And then if you just want to jump right into...
Hopefully, in our quick 15 minutes, we've provided you enough information to be able to make a decision one way or the other. It's a bit rushed, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I think you gave us enough information at least to ask some questions, and I think that's where we are right now, is to see if anyone has any questions. I have one that's kind of a curious question. In preparation for this, Have you had any scouts following our current routes or looking at the current operations or driving some of the areas? And just curious.
You want to answer?
And
Sure.
it's not a gotcha question. It's just,
We did some, I'll be honest with you, we didn't get a chance to go out and ride buses, but I did follow some buses when I was here before for the pre-bid, which was a mandatory pre-bid, so I did some scouting while I was here. And been to the facilities, looked at the facilities. So
okay.
I think the short answer would be yes.
Ms. Post.
I have a couple of questions. Talking about accidents, I'm the chair of the claims committee here, so we come across things involving Votran quite a bit. And so I'm wondering if you could tell me a little bit about your rate of accidents and give me any information on your success in that area.
I'm not sure that I can necessarily quantify what our experience rate as a company. It's a very large company, as you might imagine, and we also track accident results in terms of the miles differently than you might expect. I think the industry standard's about, it's X number of events per 100,000 miles. We track it per million miles as an example. But what we focus more on are the trends, the type of accidents that we're having, and who is actually having those accidents. What experience rate are we looking at? Are the bulk of the accidents happening with junior operators, new operators to their employment? Is it perhaps to senior operators? And then we can tailor specific campaigns to address concerns. Bill mentioned a little bit about our Be Safe program. One of the things that we look to do, what we've determined is that people in general will do what they're required to do and typically not exceed that. And when we implemented our safety program about 10 years ago, we saw really drastic reductions in accidents based on, in essence, the learnings that we put out there. And then we sort of stalled. We didn't see a lot more improvement for a number of years, and we hired consultants and brought them in and evaluated what was happening. And we determined ultimately that we had sort of maxed out, that we stalled, and in order to be able to advance improvements, we had to, as they said, tap into people's discretionary effort. And the way that you do that is ultimately by engaging people in a very different manner. It's approaching them, having conversations with them. It's not heavy-handed per se, unless, of course, there's a rule violation, if you will, that you have to enforce. But the point is that we teach people to go out and proactively engage operators, make them part of the process, what risks that they're seeing out in the field, to provide feedback, make them part of the solution, if you will. It is, as you might imagine, a very long process to change culture. And our feeling is that this really is the evolution of safety engagement at this point, that it's not enough just to continue to reinforce in terms of training, process, procedures, et cetera. We have to engage people at an emotional level in order to get the culture change that ultimately is needed in order to reduce accidents. So I don't know that I can answer any more specific than that, but I think that gives you at least a ballpark on how the program looks.
So what is the top type of accident then that you typically find?
Left turn.
Okay.
And if I can add something, First Transit, due to our size, most of our contracts are self-insured through First Transit. So we are, in essence, an insurance provider. And in the original RFP that came out, there were a lot of questions about providing insurance. And that is something that we can certainly do here. We don't typically, at many of our contracts, go out and buy insurance. We self-insure it in-house, which means we have skin in the game. And we can often bring rates to bear that are much better than what you buy in the open market. And we understand what safety practices need to come in, because if it's my insurance, if it's my money, I'm going to make sure I can do whatever I can possibly do to make your operation as safe as it possibly can be, because I have a vested interest.
Can you talk to us a little bit about my biggest, the thing that I am looking for in the system, and I understand that transportation companies, this isn't their main focus, and then we have to look at consultants outside for a lot of efficiency aspects and that kind of stuff. But talk to me about accountability within your organization and ensuring that expectations are met.
You bet. The transparency is key in having ultimately a tremendous amount of success. One of the things that I firmly believe in is that bad news travels best fast. And to be quite frank, I prefer not to have bad news. So what we have done is we've added transparency into our business by the collection of a tremendous amount of data points. And what we do is we collect operating indicators, and those operating indicators, once they're trended, tend to lean towards a conclusion one way or the other. So we review those results with regularity, typically on a monthly basis, and then we react to it. So our key is to find a problem before it becomes a simmering problem and address it, so that we can add basically proactive management, and ultimately, that's how you add efficiency too and save cost.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Denise.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and that kind of dovetails into what I had highlighted. I would talk about safety. I want to talk about fiscal safety. And the fact that you're self-insured tells me you're absorbing the risk. So it is in your best interest not to incur risk. You do indeed have skin in the game. So with what I marked here originally was your audits and compliance on page 7 of your presentation. And then the red flag for me, in a very positive way, was fleet review, because I think that is something that we have got to take a look at, without a doubt, within our system for obvious reasons, and some additions, and whether the ridership warrants the existing fleet that we have on the roads, and can we do better, and can we be more efficient? So I'm encouraged with that, but I want to go back to the audit and compliance piece on page 7 and the fiscal piece of this, because should there arise a situation where you're $500,000, $1 million short, at what point do you communicate with Volusia County that Votran, we have a problem, and how do we fix that, and do you we have got to address that. So what do you do internally? Of course, if there's a $1.2 million loss, you're absorbing that because they're self-insured. And then, well, anyway, that's the rest. Never mind. It's the legal department. With capital and operating, I jumped from one category to another. I'm taking that
Yeah,
back.
that would depend on the format of the contract that we took. Right now.
She withdrew that question.
Yeah, so just making sure that's clear. Thank you.
Yeah, as soon as it came out, I realized I was over the Excel spreadsheet lane. Sorry about that.
Oh, no worries. Let me go back and just mention just briefly, you started with maintenance, and you're 100% right. I mean, one of the things that we look at right off the bat is, what is the fleet age? Right. And what condition is the fleet in? And what is basically your cost per mile based on the fleet age? And I can tell you that the sweet spot in terms of fleet age, in terms of having the maximum, let's say, uptime in your fleet, you should not really have a fleet that is much older than 6 years. Typically 6, you're really pushing it if you get beyond that. A lot of transit systems now are pushing their vehicles beyond 12 years to 15 years, and we're seeing more and more transit systems running fleets that are upwards of 9 years of age. Now, you can run those at 9 years, but you're going to have to proactively change the way that you're maintaining your fleet, because you're going to need to do things differently, more proactively. You're likely going to have to spend more money in maintenance to keep those buses up and running. So that's one of the areas that we would look at right off the bat to make sure that there is the proper balance with the dollars that are supposed to be spent in maintenance with the fleet's needs based on their fleet age. So that's key. And at the end of the day, you can still run a 9-year-old fleet with reliability, but it may cost you more money. But at the same time, it may save you money in other areas if you keep your local dollars local for that much longer.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess addressing your question, well first, we've got a manager here with tremendous maintenance experience and understands fleet maintenance. But you asked the question, when would you know that there's a problem? You'll know long before it's a problem that it's a problem. So our role, our job is to keep Volusia County staff and whatever the communication chain is, informed as to how we're doing. Nick talked about our customer care program with reports. the staff will get reports to the level that they want and maybe even above, so.
Ms. Gertman?
Thank you, Chair. You have several services throughout Florida, I understand. And if I were to visit one of your service areas, which would closest model what you would anticipate for Volusia?
No, we currently do not have a transit management contract in Florida.
You do not?
We do not, no.
Ah.
We have quite a few transit operations contracts. We call them transit contracting operations. And we have vehicle management locations, but not similar to the model that you're actually soliciting for here.
Oh, okay.
But they all those contracts have the first transit safety policies and programs that will be in place here. We'll have the maintenance oversight and the operations oversight and the physical oversight that you would have here. So how it's paid and how it's managed as far as from the client side might be different. As far as how we do business would be exactly the same. So if you were to go to our contract down in, down towards Miami, yeah, what you'll see is many of the things that you will see here. The only difference will be they'll all be First Transit employees instead of subcorp employees. But the way we do business doesn't change from contract to contract. We're a safe operation with dedicated full-time support personnel that can come in and work and support the contracts as needed.
So then you do not have a comparable model to what we are proposing?
The closest would probably be Montgomery, Alabama, Mobile.
Montgomery or somewhere in South Carolina, North Carolina.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Johnson?
Well, that was my question. They asked about, you know, Ms. Gertman brought up a good point about any other model like this, and you said the closest one is Montgomery. How many of these type of models do you run in the country?
50.
We're the largest with 50.
Yep.
Yeah, but besides Montgomery, do you have other transit projects that are run like Volusia County, like Votran?
Yes, 50. 50 of them.
50. And some are substantially larger, like Connecticut Transit.
Yep. We manage in total north of $700 million of operating budgets in transit management, and a fleet north of 3,000 vehicles.
As far as the vehicles you operate, do you have any that are electric in the areas that people are using? Do you have any AI at this point? And do you have some that use diesel, I guess, and natural gas?
We operate all of the above. We operate a number of electric-powered vehicles, mostly Proterras, hybrid vehicles, diesel, obviously diesel vehicles, and also CNG.
Okay.
Claudia, CNG, and Laredo.
Any other questions, council? Okay. I think we've heard your presentation, and we've have questions. So at this time, we'll move on to the next phase of this process.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Did you have this in your stuff? Did you have this in your stuff? That was Donna Butler's presentation?
Yeah, I thought we had this. I don't need it. I had it. It was in an email. Thank those of you who are waiting on your number to be called. We appreciate your patience with us here, but due to an emergency and Dr. Lowry's situation, we are moving this so that he can leave. We appreciate it.
Good morning. My name is John Stevens. I'm the CEO of RHP Dev. Joining me today is Ken Fisher. He's our Regional Vice President, and Steve Shear. He's our Interim GM for Votran. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this morning. Today you're going to hear three things in the presentation that we think separates us from our competition. The first is when we talk about our local corporate support truly is local, having lived in Volusia County for many years. Second is they have intimate knowledge of the VoTrans system and how to operate it effectively. And unlike many of our competitors, our corporate support is unlimited. Slide 2 has many of the accomplishments over the past several years. RHP Dev and Volusia County's long-lasting, relationship has earned VoTran countless recognitions throughout the years. VoTran is recognized as an industry leader in the state of Florida and has been recognized by APTA as the most outstanding transit system in the United States. As I mentioned earlier, next slide, please. As I mentioned earlier, RHP Dev's local corporate leadership that supports VoTran truly is local. With the recent change in GMs at VoTran, RHP Dev has made organizational changes to better serve Volusia County. Steve Shear, interim GM, lives here in Volusia County. He has 20 years of experience in the transit industry and nearly 8 of them working with VoTran. Ken Fisher, our interim regional vice president, will provide corporate oversight for VoTran. Ken served as a commissioner on Florida Commission for Transportation Disadvantaged, representing the public transit industry from 1994 through 2004. During his last 3 years on the commission, he served as the vice chair. He's our corporate expert on TD matters and has led our efforts on working with TD staff and the FPTA dealing with the audit findings that impacted Volusia County and other urban areas around the state. Now Steve will walk you through the local leadership team.
Good morning. I'm Steve Scherer. I'm the interim general manager for VoTran, working with RATP Dev. It's a pleasure to be here talking with you this morning. RATP Dev's local leadership team has a combined 100 years of public transit experience between them. These folks have had 100 years of public transportation experience between them. This team has helped build VoTran into the award-winning public transit system that it is today. This team is prepared to lead VoTran into the ever-changing transit environment of the future, which includes changes in the way that our funding partners administer the grant funds that are so vital to VoTran's operating budget. Though many of our key personnel have been with us for many years, it's important to point out that over the past 2 years, our local finance department has been refreshed and rebuilt in an effort to deal with challenges that we've experienced over the past couple of years. Roger Wittenberg, Glenn Scorza, Chip Kent, and Ruby Dixie Simmons all have recently joined the VoTran finance team as a refreshed look and in an effort to deal with challenges that we've experienced. Ken's going to talk to you about the support from corporate.
Good morning. As we mentioned before, one of the things we want to point out again is we provide unlimited corporate support. And that corporate support includes labor relations, human resources, safety, marketing, finance, operations, and maintenance. John Roslansky, our corporate attorney, successfully handled the renegotiation of the collective bargaining agreement between VoTran and the Teamsters Union. I would like to highlight 3 projects. These 3 projects all have a common theme. All 3 projects, VoTran did not initiate the project. VoTran was not included in the planning for these projects, and we did not submit the grant application. The first project is a DeLand Amtrak station. Volusia County was awarded a grant from the Florida Department of Transportation to do the renovation of the DeLand Amtrak station. After receiving the grant moved very slowly. County staff asked RATP Dev to take over the project and complete it as quickly as possible. We took over the project and got it done. With regards to the Ocean Walk project, Volusia County was awarded a grant from the Federal Transit Administration. Volusia County was unable to use the funds as originally intended, and so they sought RATP Dev's assistance on restructuring the project so that the grant projects could be used on transit enhancements. And we produced a plan that accomplished that, and the county could draw down the funds for the project. The last project is the DeLand Intermodal Facility. In that case, the county staff asked us to work with the DeLand City staff on developing administrative procedures that would meet the Federal Transit Administration's guidelines, and therefore the city would be able to draw down those grants and build the DeLand Transit facility. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Steve.
RATP Dev operates under 7 pillars of success that rest on a foundation of innovation. Safety, maintenance, operations, community involvement, planning, training, and customer focus are the fundamental principles that have aligned Votran for success in the past and in the future. RATP Dev is proud to say that we've developed strong local leadership team through investment in employee development. We hold ourselves to a higher standard when it comes to safety. This is evidenced by the 34 current Votran bus operators that have achieved over 1 million miles of safe driving without a preventable accident. Three of those current bus operators have achieved 3 million miles without a preventable accident. 10 of those have achieved 2 million miles without a preventable accident. In all, 71 past and present Votran bus operators have achieved at least 1 million miles of safe driving without a preventable accident. As the transit industry evolves, it's important to evolve alongside or ahead of it by implementing new and innovative services driven by technology. RATP Dev has built industry partnerships that can be leveraged to assist in future technology expansions, such as vehicle telematics and monitoring of operator behaviors through our partnership with SmartDrive, mobile fare collection that reduces fare box maintenance, enhanced maintenance systems and alternative fuels that can lead to efficiencies in the shop, improved access to services like Votran's Flex service through the mobile phone that each of us carries in our pocket today. RATP Dev has the partnerships to recommend and implement the technology improvements that Volusia County desires. RATP Dev has an intimate understanding of Votran's core business functions, whether it's the award-winning maintenance shop, the ever-changing financial environment, or the intricate operating environment. Nobody has a better understanding of Votran's critical needs than RATP Dev. RATP Dev is working side by side with Votran's local financial team to transition the budgeting process in response to sudden changes by our funding partners, the FDOT and the Commission for the Transportation Disadvantaged, in the way that they administer their grant funds. Changes that affect all transit systems in the state, not just the one here in Votran. Through relationships RATP Dev has developed in the state, we have been fundamental in leading the effort by the Florida Public Transportation Association seeking reconsideration of changes that have occurred affecting Votran's operating budget that prevent the use of TD dollars to support ADA trips. RATP Dev is also evaluating Votran's organizational chart in preparation to recommend changes designed to strengthen the planning function. RATP Dev and Votran local staff continue to evaluate the way we provide fixed route and paratransit services, and will provide a system performance overview in the spring with recommendations on efficiency improvements for County Council consideration. RATP Dev continues to evaluate the transitioning of routes where appropriate from traditional fixed routes that travel into neighborhoods to fixed routes supported by Flex service. Flex services can be more cost effective, as we found in the new Smyrna Beach operating area when we reduced or eliminated lower performing fixed routes, replacing those with Flex service and realizing a 30% reduction in operating expenses as a result. In the coming months and through our comprehensive operational analysis that will be performed, we will continue to evaluate opportunities to transition from traditional transit services into more cost-effective methods. RATP Dev takes safety seriously, and we mentioned that in one of the previous slides. But this is why RATP Dev created our proprietary Drive to Zero Safety Management System, or SMS. It's aimed to create a positive safety culture throughout the organization. With Drive to Zero, RATP Dev addresses safety challenges that all organizations face. Safe driving habits, obeying traffic laws, and bus monitoring through SmartDrive telematics. Our Drive to Zero program satisfies the Federal Transit Administration's 2020 mandate that all grantees implement an SMS program. This is something that will be provided to the county at no cost. Using the county's procurement process, RATP Dev could also implement a driver telematics program, giving management a driver management program at our fingertips that allows us to monitor, analyze, intervene, and coach operators. RATP Dev has also developed our radar methodology at all of our locations, including Votran. And this is a methodology that's used to identify a problem, assess set out the steps on how we're going to correct it, identify what the desired outcome is, and then refine based on how that project is progressing. 2 successful radar projects at Votran included a reduction in our workers' comp modification rate by 15% year over year. And also, we had a radar project that was aimed at reducing new hire bus operator accidents and resulted in a 39% reduction in new bus operator accidents year over year. Ken's going to discuss grants management quickly.
Thank you, Steve. RATP Dev expects, in regards to grants management, RATP Dev expects the general manager of each system to prepare a program of projects that forms the basis for their grant submissions to the state and federal governments. The general manager should ensure that the local government oversight is in agreement with those program of projects. At the same time that's happening, the general manager works with the system's planning staff to ensure that the grant requests have been properly developed through the TPO and their transportation improvement program and long-range transportation plan. The general manager should receive monthly updates from the system's financial staff on the status of all the grants. This would include actual to budgeted expenses, use of the grant funds, the grant drawdowns, proper documentation of the expenses, and any grant inquiries. And corporate staff, such as myself, is always available to advise the systems on their needs in regards to grant administration. In addition to the regular grant programs, RATP Dev has worked with systems that are pursuing programs in innovation. Examples include Oxford, Mississippi. In the case of Oxford, they're using rural FTA 5311 funds to run a fixed route system. Most 5311 funds are used to operate demand response systems, which are similar to paratransit systems. So Oxford's one of the few in the country that does that. In Tucson, Arizona, and Bloomington, Indiana, our systems were awarded grants for all electric buses and the necessary charging systems. Steve?
So because of the structure of the local contracts that RATP Dev operates in the state of Florida, Votran is the only location where we're responsible for the grants management. As you can see from the slide in front of you, in the last 5 years, Votran has undergone 5 different reviews, 2 of those FTA triennial reviews, an FDOT audit, and a CTD audit. It's not uncommon for FTA triennial reviews to result in deficiencies, as you can see from the summary, the last 2 triennial reviews did result in some minor deficiencies. All were successfully closed within the FTA timeline for closeout. None of these findings had a negative financial impact or operational impact on the county or Votran. Votran's most recent FDOT audit did not result in any deficiencies, and the most recent CTD audit did result in a deficiency that was associated with the way that grant funds were administered at addressing TRIP eligibility. Like the triennial review findings, this finding did not result in any negative financial impact to Volusia County, and the CTD is not seeking any reimbursement of grant funds. In addition to the support that RATP Dev and Votran provide to the county during times of need, like the recent hurricanes, Irma, Matthew, and Dorian, as an organization, RATP Dev encourages involvement in the local communities that we work, live, and play in. This is why we created our We Move People initiative that promotes community outreach and participation in local community efforts. Some of the examples you see in front of you is our corporate leadership team participating in an activity at Hope Place, and then of course the annual Toys for Tots drive. Votran also participates in the Volusia County Can Drive annually, and our employees donated over $11,000 to the United Way out of voluntary payroll deductions last year. So it's been our pleasure to present to you today. RATP Dev appreciates and values the opportunity to serve Volusia County. This is evidenced by the fact that our CEO, President John, is in the room with us today. John mentioned in the beginning 3 items. Our corporate local leadership is truly local. We have an intimate knowledge of Votran systems, and unlike our competitors, our corporate support is unlimited. We appreciate the opportunity to present to you today and look forward to continuing to serve Volusia County in the future.
Okay, perfectly timed. Thank you very much. Council? Ms. Post.
You discussed traffic crashes earlier in regards to safety. Do you have the number of average traffic crashes that you've had per year in Volusia County?
I don't have that statistic directly off the top of my head. I can tell you that the reduction that from our radar project for our new hires went from, I believe it was approximately 170 to 140. It was a 39% reduction. But as a total organization, I don't have that statistic right off my head.
And are you consistently working to improve that and improve training? And can you talk a little bit about that?
Certainly. Yeah, one of the things that we intend on doing when the contract is renewed, hopefully, is to implement our SMS system. And what that is it's a mandate by the FTA, but it's also we have a proprietary system that attacks risk, attacks safety, and tries to reduce that risk to the most manageable level. It's a proactive approach to managing safety within the organization. So reporting near misses, reporting hazards, reporting items that could become it could result in an accident in the future, and trying to eliminate those behaviors or those hazards before they do result in an accident. Again, and we mentioned the smart drive vehicle telematics. That's another thing that if the county desired to go through a procurement, we have a partnership with Smart Drive that allows us to receive notifications. So if a bus operator rolls through a stop sign, we would get notified, we would get a video clip, and we would have an opportunity to coach that bus operator to let them know that, these are behaviors that you need to pay closer attention to, and we can try to address those behaviors before they result in an accident.
And that's part of that new system. What did you call it, SMS?
Safety management system.
Okay.
That's an optional piece. The pieces that we would implement are the incident notification system, which in fact we've already implemented, and then the Corison system, which is a software partner that's where we track those near misses and hazards and those type of things in an effort to database those so that we can reduce the number of accidents.
Is SMS outside the boundaries of this contract then?
No, it would be in the level 1 and level 2 of the SMS program would be included in the contract the pricing that you've received.
Okay. And then if you could also speak to, you talked about unlimited corporate support.
Correct.
So if you could talk a little bit about any changes in accountability, any changes in management moving forward, or
certainly,
if you could address that.
Yeah, certainly. I am functioning as the interim general manager. Ken is functioning as the interim regional vice president. Normally, I function as the regional vice president in response to recent challenges that Votran has experienced. We took a proactive step to make some changes in the leadership team in an effort to provide better service to Volusia County. We would work to identify in the future the best candidate to come in and provide general management to Votran. And in the past, what we've done is we would identify our top candidates, and then we would work closely with the county on deciding who the permanent general manager would be.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Ms. Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. I have several family members who are transit dependent and use the Votran system, and although they are grateful for the system, they do not have pleasant things to say about it. So I'm really interested to know what proactive efforts can go towards creating maybe a different culture around transit, because we all are interested in getting cars off the road and increasing ridership and letting people know that it is a service that is focused on the people and the needs of the people. So I know you're saying that you're bringing in other management, so I want to be assured that that is one of those areas, efficiency, customer service, and is there a customer advisory, or how are you getting feedback from your ridership? Because I have been concerned for quite some time that the feedback I get is not always positive, and when I've reached out, I haven't found it to be as user-friendly as I would expect it to be with the amount of resources that go into Votran.
Okay. So with respect to the customer service piece of the question, within Votran, there is a customer service department, and I understand that maybe that's been a challenging system to navigate in the past. So we will certainly look at the way that that's structured, look at opportunities for improvement with the way that customers interact directly with the customer service department. On buses, with respect to customer service, that's another area that could be addressed with the Smart Drive system. So Smart Drive, that vehicle telematics. So when there's an interchange with a customer, that type of thing is captured as well. It can be customized to look for a variety of different things, whether it's hard braking, whether it's running stop signs, those type of things. But it can also capture interactions between customer and operator. So if there's unpleasant interactions, that's something that we could also track and coach with that. But we certainly do take customer service seriously, and it, although we can't control all folks when they're out on the road, when we do find out about it, we do address customer service issues swiftly and fairly. But there are tools out there that we could implement that would allow us to provide better customer service.
Thank you.
Mr. Johnson.
Votran has done a lot right, but the management at times has been asleep at the wheel. And Volusia County is a rapidly changing county, growing, with our needs changing and growing all the time. And there's been times when we haven't seen y'all make the changes or look in the future and do something about it. We have complaints about empty buses or routes that aren't really being used. And for instance, a big one that came up, that the Tangier Mall debacle. And for 2 years, the county manager was saying we need to do something about it, and it's our job, when we see it, but it's y'all's job to know these things. And finally, when it gets critical, you came up with a relatively simple solution to a problem that worked. But it shouldn't have taken 2 years. We all received a lot of criticism that could have been addressed early on and should have been addressed early on. In my talks with y'all, we talked about some of these routes that are using big buses that are not really being used, and y'all start coming up with ideas now, and we hire a company like y'all to handle these situations and to stay ahead of these curves. It's not up to us to do the day-to-day operations. That's why we have you. And I'm a little disturbed, and yes, when it got critical, you stepped up and did something about it, but we should not have been having to take and push you. We should not have been catching this criticism everywhere we went of nothing being done. And then all of a sudden, here we are on the eve of a new contract, and all of a sudden we're going to get all these things done. And it's something that I want some kind of assurance. I haven't decided which way I'm going to go yet because I want to listen to everybody else. But I do have my concerns that it waits till it gets critical before y'all step up to the plate and say, look at what we can do, when y'all supposed to have been doing it for years. And that's an issue that I got that it's kind of hard for me to get over, and a lot of the community to get over.
Ms. Dennis. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And to dovetail on that, we're going to talk about fiscal safety too. You made a comment that there was no negative fiscal impact. Well, there was, or maybe there wasn't, because you were using capital dollars to fund operating dollars. And when I met with you and with staff in the room, the question was asked, at what point do you run out of capital dollars, you deplete that to do the day-to-day operations, and when are we in the hole? And that never really got answered, and I'm not expecting an answer today, but we know that it's true. And there was a negative impact to us because our CAFR report, right? We have a finding, and I think it was a significant deficiency because it was actually our auditors, James Moore, that found the deficiency. So what was troubling to me is that the situation existed, it was not brought forward to Volusia County, and it wasn't even discussed with us until, again, here's proof that our internal channels work, our internal controls work. It was, again, our auditors, James Moore, that brought it to our attention. And then when we found out that this will be considered a significant deficiency for Volusia County on our state CAFA report. So there is an impact to us. We may not show the bottom line, you might still be going like this, but the capital dollars are being moved over to operating dollars from day to day. That's a dangerous curve to go down. So there is an impact to Volusia County, and it does impact Mr. Rechtenwald.
I would just like to say that we don't know yet on you're correct that it will be a finding on our CAFR. We don't know the effect of that, but it could definitely hurt us in a bond situation for interest and that type of thing. The other part, I just want to clarify, the financial problem, and I think he was getting ready to say it, also had to do with the state changing how they were going to fund something. So I think for us, it was we didn't have the heads up in a timely manner to plan properly for it, is where the impact. But as far as the actual financial part, that had to do with the state's decision to change the way they viewed ADA trip.
And so what occurred with the state and the TD Commission was they changed the way that they administered the grant funds to grantees like Votran, affecting all transit systems in the state. And so what happened with the shift of capital dollars to fund operating was a reaction to the decisions that were made at the state level and the commission level. So our ATP Dev continues to work very closely with the Florida Public Transportation Association, and in fact is leading that charge to try to get the commission to reconsider their decision that did have a negative financial impact on Volusia County. Same thing with the state. So we've had conversations with leadership in Tallahassee, both with the FDOT and the Commission for the Transportation Disadvantaged, and we'll continue that fight to hopefully have them reconsider the way that they've changed their billing process, helping with the shift of capital dollars to support operating. But you're correct, that's not a long-term solution, but we are in front of it as best we can be. Whenever we were notified of the changes to the billing process, we made changes that saves any impact to the general fund right now. But there has to be, we will continue that fight and continue to work on behalf of Volusia County to try to get reconsideration of those changes, and going forward, we will provide solutions.
And if I may, one of the problems we had with the commission is they did not issue a directive to the CTCs around the state saying they were going to change the policy to not allow TD dollars be used in the ADA corridor. So what they were doing is in the audit finding, if they had an audit finding where they found that, that's when they started making the change. It was through the audit process, but they didn't clearly explain that to any of the CTCs in the state. So that's why we've come together as an association and are going back to the commission asking for clarification on the policy.
Yep. Wasn't that for the paratransit issue that the funding?
Yes, sir.
I think none of that really totally got out to the public, and the public looks at it one way. We have the facts knowing what caused it. We know the change in policy that caused it. And I guess now that we know that, you all have made changes to adjust to that, and and it also had to do with the federal government too, didn't it? Was some of that federal as well, funding that went to the state?
It's state funding, but the federal dollars that are involved are capital dollars.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Wheeler.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, so many of the questions that I had written down were asked by Councilmember Post and Denny's and the other ones, so I'm not going to go through those again because I did have those answered. They were efficiency, oversight, safety. I'm a little concerned about when this was all decided about the state funding, federal funding, and all that, and why were we not alerted and we continued. I know you didn't have a directive, but were we given a heads up that this was, I don't think we were given a heads up until the audit showed it. Am I correct? That concerns me.
Another reason why we made changes at the leadership level, when RATP Dev leadership, so myself and Ken, whenever we were made aware of the finding through the James Moore audit, was when we found out about it as well. So we came back in and we started to fight on behalf of Volusia County and look for solutions to correct the issue, which has been done. So the billing process has been changed, staff has been trained, and we audit those billings on a monthly basis. So there's been a corrective action that has taken place.
How long did that go on?
It went on, the audit came out in March of 2018, and we found out about it in September-ish 2019.
Okay.
But we stepped back in, we made changes, and so we're assuring you that's been corrected, and it won't happen again.
Is that it, Ms. Post? Ms. Post, you have another follow-up question?
I do, or more of just a statement, I guess. Councilman Johnson brought up the efficiencies, and as you know from our meetings, that was my main stickler. It was my understanding that council gave direction many months ago to have you come back to us, have you analyze the efficiencies of the routes, the ridership, all of the above, and to come back to us to figure out how we can, best serve the needs of the county. And there was no direction in moving forward on that, to my understanding. Then we come to basically the end of the cycle. I don't think there was a specific deadline given, but in talking with your previous manager, I kept getting March, we'll have it for you in March. There was never any movement to actually do that. And now you've come and you're working, you've changed some of the leadership, and you've come back and you've said, okay, but now we're going to provide you with that, but before the end of the summer. While I commend you coming back and working on the leadership and getting that, it has been an awfully long time, I think, for me anyway, that this hasn't been laid out exactly where are we at with Votran. We've all seen buses that are empty. We've all seen routes that are not feasible, and that's just from our layman's perception. So I think the more time that goes by, the more money we're wasting. And so I'm just very concerned that somehow that didn't get connected. So again, that's my major concern in moving forward with your company, is ensuring me that there will be some tremendous accountability and oversight from some level to ensure that certainly any direction that council gives is followed, but also that you guys are doing the best job for the citizens of Volusia County.
Well, I can assure you that Ken has already, since we've made leadership changes, Ken has already come back in and begun to work directly with Votran's local finance team on those projects, the comprehensive operational analysis, TDP, TDSP, all those documents that we're required to update. Now, the COA is one that is not a mandatory document. It's something that's done every 15 to 20 years, typically within a transit system. We've already presented a scope of work within the organization, so we're working on that as requested. We will present, and staff, quite frankly, has been working on analysis of the routes internally at the level that we have statistical data to be able to do that.
Well, that's something.
I'm not sure why that wasn't communicated to you, but I can assure you that there is work going on, and we will be prepared to present in the spring, in March, a presentation on opportunities for efficiency.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Donna, I think we are, so Donna okay. I think we're ready to move into phase 3. And that would be,
We're going to let the other group come back in to hear your discussion. So at this point, it is open to you all for discussion, or
so
if
you want
you're
everybody,
ready.
both presenters to be back here. They're coming in now.
And right now, and they're going to sit, and then it's your opportunity for further discussion, or if you're ready for
I
your ballots,
I
we'll hand out
think
your
in
ballots.
looking at the council, we have all the questions answered. If you have a question answer, anybody have another question? I mean, we had question and answer time. Does anyone have anything different? I think we're ready to vote.
Ready to vote? Okay.
How about that?
Kathy's going to hand out the ballots to you all. It is just a simple ballot vote under your name, number 1 being your top choice, number 2 being your second choice, because there's only 2 choices this time. So, but that's how we'll do it. Once we get them back from you, we'll tabulate them and double check them and read your results.
So we put a 1 or a 2 in the box,
Or
or just
2
a
in
check?
the box. So one is going to be your top choice, and then number 2. Just the easiest way to
Either put a number 1 or a number 2 in a box.
Got it. Number 1's the top.
All right. Don't forget to sign your ballots.
Oh, that too.
How did that turn out? They still don't know anything? Well, they still caucus for what, 2 days or something? Whatever it is.
Thank you.
Again, thank of you that are here for other items. Thank you for your patience.
All righty. Just so you know, in this case, the low score is the best score. So for First Transit, the total was 8, and for RATP Dev is 13. So your top-ranked firm for this solicitation is First Transit. So now we basically look to the council for a motion for us to negotiate a contract with First Transit.
Ms. Denny's.
Mr. Chair, move to negotiate a contract with First Transit Management Services.
Motion made by Denny's, seconded by Wheeler.
How did someone get 8? Aren't there 7 of us?
Somebody got
okay.
a
All right.
1 vote on
Very
the
good.
second. They got a 1 instead of a 2.
That makes sense.
Motion made and seconded to extend to negotiate the contract with First Transit. Any further discussion? Any questions? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously.
All right, thank you very much.
So your negotiations can begin.
We will. Thank you.
Okay. We'll give you a few seconds to make the adjustment in the audience. Okay.
Thank you all.
And let the record reflect that Dr. Lowry has to leave for an emergency issue, and we'll move to item C, the consent agenda item. Need a motion for the extension of transit management services for the management and operation of Votran of Volusia County's government's public transportation system for up to 6 months. Is there a motion?
Move to approve. I had pulled that for vote specifically
Okay,
because
but you still have to have a motion, and you have a second? Motion made by Post, seconded by Denny's.
And may I say, I pulled that for vote specifically because I thought we were sort of putting the cart before the horse, but now that that is done, thank you.
Any further discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion to extend the transit management services to operation of VOTRAN to public transportation system for about 6 months is passed. Now we can move to comment on the items, item D, and that was affordable housing. Donna Butler.
Okay, so the affordable, at your recent workshop, you had asked, and previously you had asked for the role of the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee to be expanded. So staff met with legal to make sure that there were certain things that we could and couldn't do. So we have here before you recommendations on how to expand their duties. Currently, they only look at what the statute requires for specific strategies that surround affordable housing. And they do that on a triennial basis, so therefore, when they're not doing that, they stop working. So here are proposed expanded duties. First, to review the affordable housing funding responses. There are opportunities where we put things out in a NOFA, a notice of funding availability that we have for federal or state grants that we have available. And so they would be part of the review process. Currently, staff does that by themselves. So they would be involved in the review of that process. They would assist with public meetings that we have to have around the community when we have our plans that have to be reviewed. They could be a part of that and then come back and provide comment of what they felt that they heard from the community. They would review our local housing assistance plan strategies. You regularly see the LHAP, as we call it, come before you, so they would be part of the review of that process. We have a 5-year consolidated plan. We're getting ready to kick that off. As a matter of fact, we're going to hire a consultant to work us through that process, and so they could be involved in that as well. They could identify legislative and programmatic changes to increase affordable housing opportunities. This is probably a really big need, and this will be a long-term item that they would work on. And then identify initiatives by community and business organizations to increase affordable housing opportunities. So this really expands their duties. They may not be doing all of this all the time, but this gives them an opportunity to really grow and make some good recommendations to you all on affordable housing.
Thank you. I pulled D for you to be able to have that opportunity. I think within my first quarter on the council, I attended an Affordable Housing Committee meeting and found a frustrated group of volunteers. And I think it's really important that we've given them more input. And when you have a group that is passionate about an issue and wants to participate, I'm glad to see us be more inclusive of their needs, concerns, and their passion for the community and this issue. So I thank you for that.
And I pulled D as well. I had a meeting just yesterday in regards to the attainable housing in Volusia County, and I've talked with Sue a number of times and a number of other people about this committee. And what I'd like to stress about this moving forward on this specific item is that I hope that providing this committee with the leeway that they've been asking for so long, and providing them with more of a collaborative role will lead to extended opportunities for success, but in action and not just in plans. So I hope that we're focusing on that end. Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I can just ditto what I've said, what's been said, and that I started receiving comments last year when we did it was probably last March or something, immediately after the results of the service that they did. They wanted more. And when we have volunteers that want to do more, I think it's appropriate that we see if there's a way they can use their talent and desire to serve, because that's truly a service. So thank you for working this up, Donna. Okay, the next one will be item E, and I think Ms. Wheeler, you pulled that one.
No,
Nope.
I pulled that one
Oh, sorry,
again.
Ms.
I
Gordon.
wanted just to ensure that we got the increase on the record, so
Sure.
the community would know.
And it is there, right, or not?
Yes.
Yes.
So, maximum sales prices are published by HUD. Jurisdictions can analyze the data, which we do regularly, to propose new maximums. So that's what we're doing, because it's been a little while since we've proposed it. The current published maximums for Volusia County, according to HUD, are $166,000 for existing and $227,000 for newly constructed homes. So we have to use a 95% ratio. So 95% of the median sales price for a current existing home is $199,500, and for a new home, it's $253,000. So these funds can be used in a multitude of ways. Most likely, we will be partnering with a community organization that would purchase a home, and we would provide some down payment assistance to help them with that, or use larger funds so that they can use that and turn it over into rental housing. So you'll see on the chart that's attached a document that lays out the prices for single, and this is a duplex, triplex, and a quadplex. So if we were helping an organization, a CHODO, for example, a community housing development organization, or another nonprofit that's in the business of affordable rental housing, these are the price ranges that are the maximum price limits that we could go. So we just need that changed in our plan, and we'll be all set to go.
Thank you.
Okay, and then we go to item, I guess it was.
So I pulled item O for discussion. I just wanted it to be clear that this is a maintenance agreement specifically for an already approved, and I stress, already approved apartment complex, and requires that the county is entering into an agreement that the developer maintain the culvert infrastructures there. So this agreement specifically is for the maintenance of those culvert infrastructures.
Correct.
I just wanted to point that out.
Right. Usually it's a smaller pipe, that type of thing, so we don't bother with an agreement. It's just spelled out in the use permit. But in a case like this, where it's a much larger, a more substantial structure, then yes, we require a maintenance agreement. So we did the same thing with Racetrack down to the west of this. And anytime we have a box culvert, we will be requiring that. So, yes.
Okay, we have one little item to clear up, Council. On item 12, we did vote to have staff negotiate a contract with First Transit. What we need to do is to have a motion in the event that a contract does not become forthcoming, that or they can't reach agreement, is that a contract would then be negotiated with RATP. So if I can get a motion for that, wouldn't that handle it, Charles?
Yes, that would solve the
Rather than
problem.
going back and pulling everything in a minute, we'll just do a motion. This is a separate motion for that purpose.
Right, and it'd be
Okay.
consistent with our past practice.
Right. Ms. Denny's?
Mr. Chair, move approval to negotiate with RTP Dev in the scenario that we are not successful in contracting with One Transit.
Second.
First Transit.
Post-transit.
Motion made by Dennis, seconded by Gertman.
Heather, Post.
Pardon? Second Post. Any other discussion? Any objection to the motion of, in the event unsuccessful negotiations with the contract with First Transit, that it will proceed with negotiations with RATP Development? And no, any objections? Here, no objections. That motion passes unanimously. And now, we get on with some fun stuff you people have been waiting for. But you see what we all get to do a lot of the time. And that is
Item 2.
item 2. Well, why is my item 2 not showing up? There it is, but yeah, item 2 is retirement, and I know that. Here, that's yours. My page 2 is gone, but anyway, Sheriff Chitwood, come on down.
morning.
Good morning.
It is a good day and a little bit of a sad day as well that Al Pagliari, who has been with the Sheriff's Office for 38 years, he began his policing career in the city of South Miami. But Al not only has been a tremendous asset to the Sheriff's Office in our community, but his family plays a huge role as well. His wife, Cindy, is a crossing guard supervisor, and his son, AJ, not only served our country in the Marine Corps, but is a sergeant in our major case unit. So Al, even though he's retiring, still leaves a legacy behind him. Al was hired by Sheriff Duff in 1981, April of 1981. He was promoted to corporal on March of 1987, promoted to sergeant in July of 1989, promoted to lieutenant in May of 2006. Not too many places Al hasn't worked in the Sheriff's Office. Crime prevention officer, law enforcement services, judicial services, community services, criminal investigations, and a crime scene unit, the Honor Guard, FTEP instructor, and obviously worked some of the biggest events this county has ever seen. Al has received 19 letters of commendation during his career. In 1993, he was cited for his work during Hurricane Andrew relief operations. In 95, he received a unit commendation for his crime prevention unit work. In 2005, he received a unit commendation for a series of bank robberies. In 2006, he received his Medal of Merit for 25 years of service. 2018, Special Event Award for his work during Hurricane Irma. 2018, a Sheriff's Award for his work during the McCaskill trial. And 2019, he was honored for his work with the Honor Guard. When you go back through the years and you look at Al's evaluations, there's a theme to them that I think you'll pick up on. Exceptional support from the community. Develops new programs in tune with community needs. Excellent public speaker. Good communicator. Anticipates organizational needs and responds with practical solutions. Professional in every way. Lieutenant is a seasoned administrator. Al's last day with us was January 31st of 2020, and the rumor in the wind is that Al wants to come back and be part of our community relations unit as we move forward. So Al, great job. Congratulations. I don't know why these two guys followed me down. The rumor was they were hoping your wallet would fall out of your pocket and they wanted to be there to see it. So, the floor is yours. That's yours.
Yes, sir.
And this is yours. Right in
the Wow.
You wanted to get that 40 years in, didn't you?
Almost. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I want to thank the County Council for the opportunity to express my gratitude for my many years of service here in Volusia County. Over 41 years ago, in 1978, I did begin my law enforcement career in South Miami. And then 3 years later, on April 13th of 1981, then Sheriff Ed Duff did appoint me as a deputy sheriff. I'll never forget my first day working here at the Volusia County Sheriff's Office. I was simply given keys to my patrol car, a 1978 Dodge Aspen with a single blue light on the roof, a map book, and then sent out on my own. That was it. I was assigned to patrol the DeLand area, and my only call for the day, my only dispatch call for that day, was herding home a stray cow along Pontoon Road. An unruly cow was a far cry from working in Miami, where in those days we were dealing with the riots, the Mariel boat lift refugees, and the cocaine cowboys. I quickly adapted, and over the years of this time, I've been able to work in nearly every unit of the Sheriff's Office, and I've enjoyed every minute of it. Working for the Sheriff's Office all these years has been much more than a career for me. It's been my life. But Volusia County became a safe place to raise my family, and one of the best decisions I ever made. Over 38 years ago, I moved here with my one and only wife, Cindy, and a toddler named AJ, no longer such a little toddler. Our daughter, Lucy, was born the next year here in Volusia County at Halifax Hospital. And working for the Sheriff's Office has turned into a family affair, as you've been told. Cindy's nearing 31 years, and AJ 15 years with the agency. My daughter Lucy, she works at Disney. So naturally, when asked about retirement plans, my response is, I'm going to Disney World. My family's always been there to support me through all my shift works, the call-outs, the missed holidays, the family events. All of that was part of my job. And to them, I give a heartfelt thanks and love for being there for me every step of the way. During all my years here, I've had the opportunity to interact both professionally and personally with the very many divisions that the county has and all their personnel. I'll never forget the friendly Volusia County smiles, and as I was always treated with respect and benefited from everyone's vast knowledge. Some of the many things that I appreciated while being a county employee were the excellent benefits that were provided, and they were always there for me. I never thought the day would come when I would retire from the sheriff's office, and I know there's some people out there who would agree with me. The perception of many was there are few absolutes in life, like death, taxes, and Al Pagliari never leaving the sheriff's office. Well, after 38 years, 9 months, and 18 days, I leave here, I believe, as possibly the longest continuously serving deputy sheriff in the county's history. I again want to thank the county council, the citizens of Volusia County, the sheriff's office, my friends, my family, and all of those who have touched my life for the support and love that I've received over all the years. It's truly been an amazing career. Thank you very much.
You're not getting away yet, though. You got to come back up here. We have to do it. Have to do a
Okay.
once in a lifetime photo.
We have comments.
Well, anything beyond that climatic, but Ms. Post.
Al, so I've had the pleasure, oh, now you're going to make me cry. Stop. I've had the pleasure of knowing the three of you for many years, and I'll tell you, you've raised a really good family, both of you. But Al, one of the, when I think of you and I think of your family, there's two things that come to mind, and that's collaboration, and the biggest one is dedication. And if there has ever been a person, and certainly a family, that is more dedicated to the Volusia County Sheriff's Office, it is you. And I'll tell you, I can't even count how many honor guard details that you and I worked over the years before and during my time here at the Sheriff's Office. And I greatly enjoyed serving with you in every aspect. And I wish you lots of luck in your retirement.
Thank you very much.
I love you, Al.
Ben.
Al, at least I gave you a map. Things we can say about you: dedicated, pleasant, easy to work with, a true family affair. You're a person that I just don't recall, as long as you worked here, showing up with a bad day. No matter what, you always had that smile. You always were there, but it didn't matter what it was, whether it was something for the kids or something for the Sheriff's Association. Well, and I say you, it's the family. I mean, it was the whole bunch of you that showed up, and it's just so much that y'all were given to the citizens of Volusia County, and there's an old saying, if we cut you, you'd bleed green. And anybody who's worn the uniform understands that. But you're a loss to the county, because you were probably one of the best public relations tools that Volusia County ever saw. And it's something that some people have that knack and that charm, and you were one of them who had it and made an impact on the citizens of Volusia County and on your fellow employees of just being positive, happy. Even as you're walking up here, sometimes people take a chance then to take a cut at the county, but seeing the good parts of what was done. And for that, I commend you. And we'll all miss you, and it's fortunate for the agency that you want to come back and help them somewhere else, because you have so much more to give. And I truly, if you want to know the truth about it, never expected to see you stand up here, because then you might be on the street somewhere. Right now, we can kind of watch you. But truly, Al, I congratulate you, and I congratulate you on a great career and of raising a great family. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Ms. Denny's.
Sure. Thanks, Ben.
It's okay. You're okay. First of all, thank you for your service. I don't know you personally, but I think your family attests to what maybe some of us that have never worked with you. Your family is as much a testament to what you have done for our community and all of our citizens. So I want to thank you. I noticed your wife. I think she's very thankful that you have come to 39 years, that it's over. But we thank you for that. There's just one thing I'm going to say at the end, and I heard it the whole time while I'm listening to you present and the sheriff present, and I understand he's going to come back with us for government relations, so that's wonderful that you're staying here within our community. Thank you for that, keeping him here. But there's a saying that I'm just going to end with this: well done, thou good and faithful servant.
Thank you.
Congratulations. I'm glad you're still part of us.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Ms. Wheeler.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Al, look at me. I don't even know you. I got the box up here if y'all need it. Just thank you so much for your service. I didn't know you personally, but I certainly knew you by name and your character. And just meeting your family and seeing your wife's tender feelings. And I know she's put in 39 years of worry and concern, and standing behind you on those days she didn't know what was going to come back or if you were coming back, for your son and everything. Thank you both for your giving him to us for 39 years. He's yours now. But we just thank you all so much, and good luck on your next journey. But we're so glad that you're going to stick around.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate that. Thank you.
Ms. Gertman.
I'm just going to ditto to say thank you so much for your service and the sacrifice for your family. I know how much it means to Volusia County to have a committed family, committed first responders, and someone who shows up. I mean, your whole energy just lit me up when I saw you. And I've never met you, but I'm grateful for you and your family and your service. So thanks so much.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Well, like several others have said up here, I didn't have a chance to know you personally.
Yes, sir.
But listening to you speak certainly shows that the accolades that were given to you were well deserved. And then watching the embrace of your son got me right here. Because no matter how we serve or what we do, it comes back to families number one.
Correct.
And y'all showed it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to say one more thing. If I'm not mistaken, Al,
Yes, sir.
you're probably the last individual to have worked under 4 sheriffs, are you not? Or is there anybody else left? But I think you may be the last individual to have worked under 4 sheriffs.
They've all been great. Always a pleasure to work with, believe me.
Okay, let's go along with get a picture so we can get our eyes dried up.
Oh.
unless you're coming back for another 39 years. All right, now then we get to do something that some of y'all out in the audience have been waiting on for a couple of minutes. So, Donna Butler, you're going to start this. You're going to make the first step to the podium?
Yes, I'll make the first step in introducing.
There you go.
So today we have Dr. Victoria Fahlberg, who's the Executive Director of First Step Shelter, and she's going to give you a brief PowerPoint presentation. There's also been some handouts that have already been delivered, so that you all have those that she provided for us, so that you'd have those as well. So Victoria.
Good morning. I'm really glad to be here. I have had a chance to meet some of you personally, but not all of you. I would really like a chance to meet all of you. Have some cards here that I'm going to leave so that if you ever want to get in contact with me for anything, that you'll have my contact information. And I would also like at this time to just extend a tour of the shelter to anybody who hasn't been out there yet. It's a really great facility, and we're really proud of the work that we're doing out there. So I'm just going to go ahead and get started. In 2015, there was a study done here in Volusia County by Dr. Robert Marbut, who, by the way, is now the United States Executive Director of the Interagency Council on Homelessness. So we think that's pretty cool. But what he did about 5 years ago was he did a study in Volusia County of the homeless situation, and he came up with a number of different things that could be implemented here, which the county has started to implement, and we're actually probably one of the last things on the list to be finished of the suggestions that he made. And so specifically for our shelter, he talked about the need for a transformational shelter, a shelter that actually provided what's called a continuum of care in terms of service. And he talked about the need to have master case management, and so that's what we have been implementing. So as you know, we've only been open for a little over 6 weeks, but during that time, we really tried to do a lot. And so what our case management does is we look at the holistic approach to helping people who are homeless, who are in our shelter, to get back on their feet, to become healthy in body and mind, and to be able to have financial self-sufficiency, and then to go into housing where they can support themselves. So we have had some early successes even within the very beginning of our program. We've had 3 people already receive housing vouchers. We have more people who have applied, and hopefully we'll be hearing back soon about that. We have 1 person already in housing, and 12 of our residents have jobs and are working. We have 3 contracted partners, and I'm going to start with the one at the bottom. Last but not least is our contract that we have with the Volusia County Jail, which is right across the street from where the shelter is located. And this contract was extremely important to us for our ability to open. When the shelter was ready to open, we did not have a kitchen, so we could not have done the cooking ourselves, and without our contract with the county jail, we would not have been able to open because we have a lot of people that depend upon us for food. And so we're very grateful for that contract. Our kitchen is now in place. We still are waiting on a part for our tilt skillet, but other than that, we're doing really well, and so we're going to begin to create a plan to transition. For the time being, we're still on that contract, and we're still very grateful for it. We also have a contract with SMA Health to have a person on site providing rehabilitative services for behavioral health. That person has not started yet. They are still in the process of being hired with SMA Health, and as soon as they're on board, they'll be in our shelter and providing services. We also have a contract with Halifax Health, and if you're not aware, Halifax Health and Advent Health and Florida Blue Foundation came together to create what we call our health unit or health ward at First Step Shelter. So we actually have 2 nurses who work 6 days a week at the shelter providing an immense array of services. So if you want to look at your first handout, the top handout, I'm not going to go into detail, but it's a list of all the many services that they've already provided to us during the first 6 weeks. And I will tell you that they I guess like nurses everywhere, they have a really hard job. So one of the things that happens is when people come into the shelter, they go through the nurses first, and the nurses will help people to get new clothing, to shower. They will check people for lice and for bed bugs. They also have to go through all the belongings of the people who come in to make sure that they don't have things that will, that could spread to other people, because the residence has a lot of people living in it. They live in dorms. It's a communal way of living, and it's really important that we make sure that we don't have communicable pests as well as other things that happen in the shelter. And so that's why it's been really important that we have these nurses. But in addition to that, they really help with medication stabilization, for one thing, because people come in, number one, maybe they don't even have the meds that they need, but when they do come in, they often don't have a routine schedule. I mean, they're living in a place where they don't even have clocks. So it's really important to help people get stabilized, is just having people to oversee their medication. So those are just like some of the very small things that we have the nurses that are doing at First Step Shelter. We're very grateful for all the work that Halifax has done in order to implement all these services. We also have a lot of other community partners who are helping us to provide this whole plethora of services that are needed in order for us to do our master case management. And so we have the County Coalition on Homelessness, who helps us with housing, as does the SMA Health Pathways program. We have Career Source, where we're taking people over there. They have what's called an assessment lab, where people are learning new job skills. They're learning how to write a resume. They're just learning how to work. And that's part of what's helped us in being able to get people placed into jobs. We are working now with Daytona State College Adult Ed for people who need to get their GEDs. And in fact, we have a couple of people who've been able to pass a couple, they're part of the GED, but not the math section. So right now we're actually looking for volunteers that can help our residents with the math section of the GED. But it's just been integral that we have Daytona State on board helping us. We have had the Department of Public Health come out once already, and we're trying to get them to come out again when they're done with their audit, because again, it's very important that if one of our people gets flu or something like that, it's like everybody's going to get it because of the way that everybody lives in a dorm situation. So we're really grateful that they have come out. They're also screening people and providing vaccines for Hep C and other diseases like that. We have Al-Anon, and we have AA and NA coming out to the shelter every week. And we have about half of our residents who attend those meetings whenever they're there. We also have other programs with SMA Health. We take people over there for counseling for drug addiction and other mental health issues. They help us with health screenings, and we've also, unfortunately, we've had to take 2 residents already over to our crisis intervention center because they were suicidal. But the really great news is that we have this really wonderful facility that's right across the street. We also have what's called our life skills class. And so if you want to look at your next page of your handout, we have, so on the second page was a list of all the many case management services that we're providing. And actually, this isn't even all of them. It's all the ones I could quantify to date. On the next page is a longer outline of what we call our life skills classes. We have 4 classes a week, or 4 days a week, that our residents attend these life skill classes. They are extremely important to helping our residents integrate into society because they've been living on the streets. And when you live on the streets, you have to learn a lot of survival skills. And these are the kind of skills that will get you by on the street, but they are really not the right skills that will get you by working at a job or getting along with other people, or even learning how to live in the dorm situation like they're living now. And I'll just say that I know even for me, if I had to live in a dorm, it's not really an easy thing to do. And so this is all part of our training for people. We focus on how they can connect their feelings to their behavior. We talk about nutrition. We talk about physical health, about safety, about the things that we believe people need in order to be able to really integrate better into society. We get referrals from different places, and as you can see, right about half have come in from law enforcement. We have referrals from the Advent Health as well as Halifax. About 15% are coming from the hospitals. And then the other 34% are coming from other social service agencies. So our referral process is something that people ask us about a lot. So if you want to turn to the next page of the handout, it goes through our eligibility criteria. So this is our non-law enforcement page that I have here first. So people have to be age 18 or older. This isn't a requirement, but it's really helpful to us. When people come into the shelter, what we learn in the first few weeks is they come in with this medication that's not labeled. And so we really don't know what it is. We don't know how they're supposed to be taking it. And so we're trying to get the service providers that when they send them over to us, if they can just help us with that to understand what the medications are for. It's not a requirement. It's just something that we ask people to do. The other thing is we don't take children in our shelter. As you know, Volusia County already has a family shelter that's doing great work with families. And so we focus on people who are single adult men and women. They must be a resident of Volusia County and living in one of our participating communities. And I know that for some people this can be seen as a barrier, but we have had calls from people as far away as California who are homeless and looking for a place to live. I mean, we're getting calls from out of state, we're getting calls from around the state. And so, as you know, we have very limited spaces, and so that's our reasoning, is that our support is coming from Volusia County, and we feel that that we need to really try to do the best to serve Volusia County. People who come in cannot have an open warrant. People who come in cannot be a registered sex offender because of the nature that they do live with a lot of other people in the same location. They must agree to participate in our programming, which is to get people, it's for transformational living. Our goal is not to just get people back on the street. Our goal is to really help people learn what they need to do, become self-sufficient, and get them into housing. People must be self-ambulatory, which means they can be in a wheelchair, they can use a walker, they can have a cane, and we actually do have residents there with walkers, canes. We are ADA compliant, but we aren't assisted living. We do not have the staff, so if people need help getting dressed or getting showered, we do not have the staff available that can help with that. So that's another thing that we have to look for. The other thing is people can't be homicidal or suicidal at the time when they enter. In that case, people actually need to be going to hospitals and getting the treatment they need. And then the final thing is that they have to not need emergency medical assistance when they come to the shelter. If they need emergency medical assistance, then again, they should be going to a hospital. And we have had residents come in. We had one resident come in who could not swallow, and that was the resident that we couldn't help because we weren't able to feed that person. But we do, I just want to be clear that we do take as many cases and as many residents as we can, people who come in. For example, in our health unit, we have 4 beds that are isolated from the rest of the dorm space, and we have a resident there right now who does have cancer, and he doesn't qualify for hospice, and so he's there, and he's living with us, and we keep him in this separate location because he has a compromised immune system, and it would be very difficult for him to be with the other residents. So we are doing our best to make every accommodation for as many different homeless people with as many different situations as we can. So what we ask other non-law enforcement people to do is to send us an email about the intake. We would send them back an email with an appointment time. We see these intakes on Tuesdays and Thursdays. And then, so that's this page. And then if you go to the next 2 pages, this is our law enforcement referrals. So the criteria is exactly the same, but this is how we do law enforcement is a little bit different. We are open 24/7 for referrals from law enforcement. So I don't know if that's clear to everybody, but law enforcement has always had the opportunity 24/7, and they have taken advantage of that to bring people over to the shelter. The only thing we ask is that they bring over the paperwork, so that we know that this person actually doesn't have outstanding warrants, that they kind of like go through this whole list, and we know that they're going to be appropriate for the shelter. And so we do have a lobby area at the shelter where we have cots, and so if people come in the middle of the night, what we do is we just put them on the cots until the next day when staff comes in, and then that's when we can do those intakes. So I'm going to take a minute right now. We have a special partnership with the Daytona Beach Police Department, and they have been great enough to lend us Lieutenant Jeremy Nicolo. So Lieutenant Nicolo was extremely effective and efficient in creating the referral form. Prior to the shelter opening, he went around to all of our participating communities and the Sheriff's Department. He did a training for the officers so they would know how to do the referral process, and he continues to help out at our shelter. And so I'm just going to give him a couple of minutes to tell you a little bit about what he does.
Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Jeremy Nicolo. I work with the Daytona Beach Police Department. My chief, Chief Capri, really values partnerships with the community. So last year, as this shelter was getting close to opening, he asked me to step into that role as a liaison to come alongside shelter staff to be able to help out in as many ways as possible. So, excuse me. The majority of my role is as a consultant for what I feel professionally are best standard practices. I don't make the operational decisions of who gets hired, and I don't directly supervise the employees of the shelter or determine our bed spacing. But I do have a presence there. I have an office there, so when I'm on site, it's a law enforcement presence, and any criminal incident that would happen there, I'd be the investigating authority, being as it is the City of Daytona Beach property. Dr. Fallberg did kind of go into a little bit of what I was going to go into, but one of the responsibilities I had was to come up with that intake process. I think the important thing is here, when you look at some other shelters, is if you don't structure the intake process and you don't regulate it properly, you will quickly become a dumping ground for homeless people and you'll become overwhelmed. I did visit other shelters, and that was one of the main concerns. So I think a really big success here is that we have developed this intake process, and the word is out there that you just can't show up unannounced, and so other agencies around the state and around the country know that you just can't send people here, because that does happen often. Like Dr. Fallberg said, someone from California was looking to come into the shelter, and that's really not abnormal. That's pretty frequent if you do speak with people who work at those shelters. One of the areas that I'm also heavily working in consulting is the safe zone, transition space, Eighth Amendment resting space, whatever you want to call it. This also is an area that could very well maximize the efficiency of the program if it is regulated and it's run properly. And I think that the plan that we're working on, I think will do that. But again, it would have to be regulated, and I've put a lot of man hours into this one. So that's something that will be moving forward. If you're the News Journal, that's kind of been a big point of contention, but I'm really confident that we're going to move forward with that, and it's really going to be helpful. Some of the other areas of consulting have been for the operational policies, reviewing policies, just giving my opinion on those. Again, I'm not the final decision maker, but I do give my opinion of what the best standard practice is, even when it comes to like the security of the building. If I'm walking around and I see something that doesn't look right, I'll make a notification that, hey, we should probably fix this point because this is a weakness here. Along with that is a risk assessment of the building and the practices, which was just completed. So making sure that everyone in the facility knows how to make the facility as secure as possible, as well as setting up training for things like active threat or fire drills of that nature. So I'm happy to report that that is going pretty smoothly as well. I do the background screenings for the social service referrals. Like Dr. Fallberg said, when law enforcement brings people in, they do their own. But when social service wants to refer someone, they'll get sent to me, and I'll do the vetting there to make sure that they do fit that criteria. The forms, again, were developed in collaboration to make sure that, one, we capture all the, one, that we capture all that information that we need, but two, that it's a verification that the proper checks were made so that we know that person should be in the shelter. That's pretty much the majority of my function here. I have some other things here where if there's requests, I'll handle them as they're needed, such as we just enrolled the shelter in a donation of bicycles from my local police department. I was able to secure a contract with the Department of Children and Families for Narcan to be donated free to the shelter. There's a federal blanket program that I applied for, and we were able to get 300 blankets. So these are little things that I would just take on as I see fit, and obviously with the understanding that I would, make sure it's okay with the operational, directors and the board director. So that's about it. You have any questions?
Lieutenant, I wanted to specifically ask you some questions about the referrals.
Sure.
So I haven't seen the referral form myself. Do you happen to have a copy of it with you today?
It's there, it's
Okay.
in the packet.
There would be two. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
In the second packet. Yeah. Okay.
Right, the law enforcement referral form. It's.
So
I'm
sorry, I just got this
sure.
this morning. So I've been in this meeting, and this is hadn't had a chance to look at it. But the eligibility checklist is basically you're running their criminal history, correct?
Right, they have to consent to running that background screening to come into the shelter.
Okay. So what is the time frame from referral to entry when you're talking about the social services?
I believe on the social service screening form, it says allow 1 to 2 days for processing. So by the time I get the email, by the time that I check, by the time that I print out the form with the verification, hand it to case manager, supervisor, calling for appointments, I'd probably say
It can be a few days. We do intakes on Tuesdays and Thursdays, and so it depends when they call, and it depends on how many intakes we already have scheduled. And so that's the way we make a decision about the intakes that are non-law enforcement.
Okay. And then the law enforcement, they're basically just running their CH, right? Their criminal history and filling out the form and dropping them off?
That's correct.
So I understand not wanting to allow the walk-ins, and I certainly understand the predicament of having everybody, having a big influx in the area and just dropping people off. But I know of a case last month where there was a woman who came. It was on a Sunday morning. She came. It was raining. She ended up sitting outside. She was there when the security guard got there in the morning, and she was advised that she had to leave. And she had said, I've taken a bus and I've walked and to get here. She left with being availed of no additional assistance. So it's those cases that I'm wanting to particularly ask about, and to make sure that I understand that we can't take the walk-ups, but what are we doing? Is there a system now in place? Because that was shortly after you opened. So is there a system now in place to handle those kind of walk-ups and to, could you perhaps call LEO to come out and run them right there? Or, is there a better way to streamline that, or?
Well, it's something that we can look into. It has been difficult because when we first opened, there was just a lot of things going on, and there was a lot of misinformation in the community, and also just a general lack of information because we're brand new and people are just learning how it operates. And that is not just the social service agencies, but I would say that would include the homeless population in the, around, who I believe, we haven't had that happen for a while, for weeks now. And I think it's because the word is out about how we're operating. The other thing is, over the weekend, we don't have regular staff. And so what happens is we have a contracted security people who are there. And, they're people who have been told how to do it if the law enforcement brings them. But if somebody comes and there's been no warrant check or anything like that, and they don't have the capability of doing that, so that's what they've been told to do. So can we look at that for the future? Certainly we can look at anything. But there's reasons behind why we're doing what we're doing. And if we had, honestly, if we had more staff, we would probably be able to do things in a little bit different way, and we could open it up in a different way where we could take referrals all the time. But right now, because we don't have that, this is what we found that works. And I will say, too, we've been through, like, the last 6 weeks, we've gone from 0 residents to 45, which maybe it doesn't sound like a lot, but if you understand what we're doing, which is, one of the reasons I wanted to bring the list of all the services we're providing and understand sort of our whole referral process is that it's pretty intense. One thing I don't think I even mentioned is our caseworkers actually meet 1 hour per week with every resident that's there. So that it's a very time-consuming model that we're doing. If we had another person who could work on the weekends, you know, that would make it easier for us to take people who come. But I also think that if you have walk-ins coming in, then we're going to have people like from California who are just showing up on our doorstep, and people from around the whole state of Florida. And so that's something that, you know, I'm not sure that, you know, that we want to do. And I can tell you that my board of directors is not wanting to do that because it's just too hard for us to manage, and all of the people that we would actually have to you know, be looking at their background and everything. And we just, you know, it's just a situation that I think would be really difficult for us as the people on the ground trying to handle.
Is there something that you could put into place maybe to provide them with literature so that they at least have the, you know, they know who to contact in terms of social services to pursue it if they ever came back? Or
Well, that's what we, you know, that's what we have done since then. I don't know if it's actually handing them things, which we could do, but I do believe we are handing them things. I'm sorry. In fact, this form right here, the one that's right before the law enforcement referral, the one that we give to the social service agencies, we do give this out if people come up and they need more information in how to get into the shelter. But certainly all these things weren't in place at the beginning because, you know, we're just learning how to do it. And so, you know, we are making adjustments as we move forward.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So I'm almost finished. This is our governance structure. So we have a board of directors, like any other 501c3, who make the policy decisions for First Step Shelter. The reason there's that little dotted line to the Daytona Beach City Commission is that when the 501c3 was set up, there was no board of directors. And so the question is, who's going to appoint these people? And so it was determined that the City Commission for Daytona Beach would appoint the people for the board of directors for First Step Shelter, and they also have the right to remove the board of directors. So that's what the bylaws for First Step Shelter say, is that the City Commission can appoint or remove the First Step Shelter board of directors. Underneath the board of directors is myself, the executive director, and as I think most of you are aware, and if you're not, we do have an operating partner, Catholic Charities, who have been doing really an outstanding job for us. And Bill Bernardo is here today. Bill? Bill's doing a really great job. He works for Catholic Charities. He's our director of operations. He and I have our offices together, and you know, we've spent a lot of time talking. He spends an awful lot of time at the shelter. He's the person who oversees our case managers. He actually oversees everything that goes on at the shelter, the security, the kitchen, the food, I mean, like everything. And so it's been going really smooth at the shelter. It's not that we haven't had any problems, like zero problems, but we've had very few, considering we've had like this massive number of people that we've intaked over a very short period of time, and that all of us are learning on the job as we go along. So I just, you know, I'm really grateful that we have our partners, the Catholic Charity partners, and Bill Bernardo in particular. Whoops.
I want to commend everyone who's involved in this thing, but I think we have one out here. Roseanne, please stand up.
Oh, that's right. Roseanne.
Roseanne not only puts in her time, but recently put a considerable sum of her own money into this project, and that's something I think that needs, even though she doesn't want to stand up, she deserves the accolades. I think we all need to give her a big round of applause.
Yes, Roseanne is like, I'm so fortunate that Roseanne is on my board of directors, I can tell you that. She's an amazing person. I know, I honestly, you don't know what Roseanne's done to help me personally in this job. I mean, it's a really big job, and Roseanne's been there with me every step of the way, so I'm so grateful for her. You're a rock star. We're a mutual, you know, club, so anyway, moving on. as for our budget, so our budget, this is our actual budget, is about $1,269,000. We have right now open 45 beds because that's what our budget can support. I have broken down the annual cost per bed and the nightly cost per bed. We have a capacity, as you know, for 100 beds to be open. When we open the other beds, we will be able to lower our costs because we have a lot of fixed costs with the size of the building and all of that. So as we increase the number of beds and the size, we're going to be able to lower our cost per night. And with the safe zone, I put in there 75 spaces, and so I want to be really, really clear as to why there's like 3 stars. We don't know at this point exactly what the size of the safe zone is going to be. But the model that we have, the original model here that's right there, is for 73, basically 73 to 75 spaces. If we go with that model, we'll have room for 73 to 75. If we go with a smaller model, it'll be less. If we go with this one, then we'll get the cost down to about $34 a night. That's also based on costs that I estimated, knowing the kind of security that we're going to need, porta potties, food, things like that. So that's the close estimate, but that is very, very much an estimate, so I just want to be really cautious about that. And then the last thing here is I wanted to do a little comparison, and I did this for myself, and I thought that I would share this, is how much does it actually cost to run a shelter? And so what I found is that it really depends a lot on the size of the shelter, so and the goals of the shelter. So the top shelter in Lakeland is a shelter that's very similar to ours, but it's faith-based, and so they get a lot of their monies from the faith-based community. I'm not sure how many more services they actually implement, but it's very likely that they have more staff. The second model is out of Miami. It's enormous, as you can see. They have 800 beds. They have a very large budget, and as I mentioned before, the larger the size, the lower the costs can be. And then there's one in Gainesville that is similar in size to ours, but operates at a much lower cost, and that's also because they don't do the master case management and have all of these transformational services in their shelter the way we do. So, and then at the bottom is just ours reiterated. So I did this just so you could have an idea of, like, you know, so what does a shelter cost? I mean, I would just have to say that depends on the kind of shelter that you want. And so our board of directors has decided that what we want is a transitional, transformational shelter with this master case management and all of the services that we provide. And we will be lowering our costs as we are able to get more funds and increase the number of beds that we have open, and once we open up our safe zone area, which most recently now is, I think, going to be called our transitional holding space or something like that. I don't know, but you all know what I'm talking about. Whoops. Sorry, I keep pressing the wrong button. So how do we fit into your master plan? I know that primarily we come under Thriving Communities because we're offering a new service to Volusia County. But I just want to say that we really hope that we can be a way to improve the economic and tourism in the county, because we are finding, you know, we're hoping to be a place where people can bring homeless people, and you know, we know that that can have a negative impact on some of the economics and the tourism and things in Volusia County. And then finally, excellence in government, although that relates to you all, we believe that we want to be, because we get so much support from all of you, we believe that we should hold ourselves to the same standards of excellence and quality, and that is what I believe we're already doing, and we're only going to keep getting better as we get more time under our belt, as we begin to, you know, we get the safe zone open, we begin to learn more about what we're doing, but our goal is always to have an excellence in quality. And then finally, I just want to say thank you, because I wasn't here during the early days, but I've heard all the stories that there were, you know, a lot of struggles, and, you know, and it's no secret that we're in the paper pretty much every week because we're disappointing someone somehow. But we are really trying to do a good job, and we're just really grateful that you believed in the homeless of the needs of the homeless people in Volusia County enough to provide them with a shelter. And we're going to do our best jobs as good stewards of your money to really help these people get into housing and to make a difference for the county.
Okay.
So that's my.
Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What a difference a year makes. What a difference a year makes. It's no secret that I was uncomfortable from the beginning with this, but I have to tell you, let me tell you what changed my perception and encourages me, and it's the first time I can genuinely say that and really mean it, not just posturing up here. Roseanne Tornator, I'm going to go back to Roseanne, and I'll tell you why. I shared this last night on a radio show, but it's the truth. I had a conversation with Dwight Selby before the First Step Shelter last board meeting, and I talk to leaders all the time about things that are going on in the county, but specifically this project. And I said to him, this was before your meeting, Roseanne, I said, Dwight, what you need is a champion. Well, you need a face for the project. You need a local face for the project. We have that with Farouk Husseini and Hope Place. I said we have to find a local champion that will love our community enough and step up and be the face of a very difficult task and difficult situations, but one that we all need to be successful, one that we can all champion. And then you had the meeting the very next day, and then Roseanne did what she did. So, Roseanne, here's some more tissues. This must be the day. Here you go.
I just made everybody aware of what all these people have been doing. It's not me, I just.
Roseanne.
So, that's okay.
We have to put you on the record if you're going to speak. Yeah, no, it's not saying that we don't want you on the record.
Come here, Roseanne.
You're welcome. As you know, you're welcome.
Thank you.
So, Roseanne, very genuinely, from a community that needs this, and we need you to be successful. We need you to be successful at the same time being fiscally responsible for Volusia County doing what we do. I'll be your biggest champion.
Thank you.
You have turned the community around, and maybe it's because you're not elected. Maybe it's you're not one of us that they're going to say, oh, they've got an agenda. No, you wrote the check. You're on the board. You wrote the check. It came from your heart. I know you.
Thank you.
I know you.
Now, can I say something?
Please.
Roseanne Tornator, 2500 South Nova Road, Daytona Beach. We just need now to make decisions quickly. I have an architect standing by, but we need decisions. Everybody's got a different opinion, okay? That's my biggest thing. I have builders standing by, I have concrete people, I have, so that the money I give possibly can help us have real food and the shelter, other things, other than just the safe zone. It'll always be the safe zone to me. So I'm just saying that we're going to be making decisions that I hope everybody can approve, and that's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, and another thing too, one thing that I heard you say, Dr. Fallberg, is that the first two that you listed on the homeless shelters in the state of Florida, or maybe all three of them, the common bond that they had was the faith community. We need to rally our faith community to support this project here locally, and I mean faith all the way around. So that clearly that's the foundation for success for those others. So it's one thing to come out and say you need to do this. It's another thing to write the check and be part of the solution. And that's what you've done. So thank you. I'd just like to see maybe considering a real outreach to the entire faith community and see if we can rally them because moments build momentum, and then we have success, complete success and expansion.
I have some conversations with Faith about, I think Sarah Trular has some ceiling panels that we may use, pardon me, I'm nervous. Things like that, so we're working on it.
I'm sure you are.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm done,
Okay.
Mr. Chair.
And Halifax Health should, and,
Big help from the start. They were there from day one, and it's very important. Bob, thank you, and the hospital and others. Billy, let's kind of
Thank you.
move
No,
this
don't
along
tell
just a
me
little
to
bit. Yeah.
wrap it up.
Yeah.
I've got some things to say, because this was one of my passions when I ran for the first time. And I've been praying for this for a long time, working with the faith community and everybody else. You know, the fact that this is a transformation shelter, I think that puts us in a different level. We're not just taking people off the streets. We want to make a change in their lives. We want them to be productive citizens. And this is the way I believe that we're heading that way. Doctor, the more I've gotten to know you, and you are now my Super Bowl buddy, along with Roseanne, but you're the right person. You're the right person. I'm so, so grateful that you have been chosen for this leadership. Just the report, we needed to see this. And this is exactly answering the questions that we've all had. And this makes me put my head on my pillow at night, and I'm going to rest a lot easier knowing I know it's heading in the right direction. To have 45, 46 people in 6 weeks, and what you all are doing, and the changes that you've got housing for some and moving them on, I think that's to be praised, and I'm just so grateful that it's all working. I am glad to see that there's going to be a safe zone, or whatever we want to call it, but I think that is a good thing. And Roseanne, here we go again. This is just a bad day or a good day. You know, what can I say about you? You know, you just always show up when they're needed. And you showed up. And you should change the whole thoughts for the entire community. This isn't just about the county and the cities coming together. We need some of these private partnerships. And Halifax, thank you so much for all you're doing. But we need this. And we do need the faith committee, that whole congregation area, because I know when I went through Pinellas years ago with Judge Schumann, you know, a lot of the faith community provided every meals for every single week. You know, they had it divided up. Those are areas that people could reach out and help. This needs to succeed for Volusia County. I would just encourage everybody, it's time to step up. We've got it rolling, and Doctor, I am just overwhelmed with what you're accomplishing already. Thank you so much for this presentation.
You're welcome.
I think understanding the mission, possibly if you had shown the last slide or next to last slide on the structure and how this operates as it now 501c3 and with the cooperation of the board, and the board is the ones that make the decisions. And I think the name that was chosen reflects the mission.
Right.
This is the first step.
That's right.
There's a lot more to be done.
That's right.
First step shelter. It's a mission.
That's right.
And it is the first step. And people need to understand it's not a place for walk-ups to come in to get a meal and a place to stay overnight. That's not its intent, nor was its design, as Ms. Wheeler pointed out. It's a place to change lives, and we've already done that. You've already done that, just with the differences you've made in the few that you've found transitional housing for, the ones that you've helped get employment for. And all of that is a slow process, but look what's happened just in probably 3 weeks. I remember the first report for 3 weeks, we had like 20-something people, and it's going to make a difference. It's going to make the difference in it. And I think that what Roseanne did is throwing out the gauntlet of challenge to the rest of us to do something individually, collectively, and I think that's where individuals need to now step up, whether it's the faith-based communities, which I started in 15 saying that if each one would contribute X amount per year, there was like, I think 76 that I named, if each one just contributed an amount. I know our church made a commitment that if it came to it, that we would commit X amount to the shelter. It's come a long way, Father Phil, with what he's done. All of this, it's in the right direction, and it's not under the control or auspices of the county. The county, we as individuals are the ones from the county. Individually, we can do things, but this is not our challenge. We did what we did. We made our first step in helping it get constructed and built. So that was our first step, and now we'll all individually take the others. And Ms. Post, just, you have another statement?
I do.
Okay.
That's why I push that button. I just wanted to talk earlier with the lieutenant and ask him a question, but I do have some comments on actual First Step. When First Step Shelter was first brought forward, it was very important to me in seeing us as a community reach out to help others to succeed. I think that is so important and definitely needed in our community. But as we all know, seeing things on paper, typically things run beautifully on paper and not so much in person, usually at every level. And I'll tell you, I'm very disappointed to not see the city of Daytona here today, because I specifically had asked and reached out to have someone from Daytona here today to talk about how did we get to this point. And there are some concerns that I had with us getting to this point before you, Doctor, ever even came on board. And we all know that there were particular issues. There are particular issues that I have with the actual building itself. When you talk about the training room is the size of my bathroom. And so, I have concerns about that when you're building a facility where one of the main focuses is teaching these life skills. And the life skills that you are teaching are very, very important, especially for this segment of the community. And when that room is, so tiny and certainly not adequate in any way, can't even hold a table in it. It's a couple chairs. So there were issues that I had that I would have loved to address with the city of Daytona and us getting to this point. What I can tell you is I'm looking at, ladies, could you all stand up? I am looking at a group of women with the faith-based community, and a man, I'm sorry, and two men, I'm sorry, who have been very actively involved. And when we talk about involvement from the faith community, it's not necessarily money, because I'll tell you, these people have been volunteering every single weekend and coordinating, and you and I talked about Joan, certainly, coordinating and making sure that there are people there to feed everyone on the weekends, and that a lot of these needs are met. And that's something that money really can't buy at this point. So for you guys, I thank you for your dedication, because you have helped to bring us to this point. Thank you. Roseanne, I applaud you for bringing us to this point and for stepping up with such a large amount to put into this. My only concern, so I'm going to be honest with you, when I first heard that you gave money to the shelter, I said, because I wanted to ensure, and I think you fully understand what I'm saying, because you brought it up yourself here, that you want to make sure that the leadership moving forward, and I wrote it down, the leadership and being fiscally responsible from this point forward with the money that you provide is absolutely where we need to be going. So that's my only concern, is I really want to make sure that we're headed in the right direction. I'm very hopeful, Doctor, with your leadership, that we can move in a new direction. I still would like to talk to the city of Daytona at some point, but moving forward, absolutely. Do you want to come up to the microphone, Rosie?
And just state your name and address this time, so I won't
Stan
shoot it out.
Tornator, 2500 South Nova Road, Daytona Beach,
I could have
Florida.
done that.
Just so you know, my checks in the memo say safe zone. They're restricted. They have a restricted account so that they will be spent as, hopefully, I see fit, so I can get builders and all kinds of people to help us, but that will be first.
So the one thing I
No.
do know about you is that you are, you can get things done. So I'm very excited that you are that person that has provided that money. And I know absolutely that you will have accountability and you will stay on top of that. So I do have faith in that. But I'm hopeful moving forward. I know I visited there. I've seen, that you are helping people. And, I think we can make this work. I really want us to stay on top of making sure that the leadership is focused and that we're headed in a good direction and that the money is spent on the things that it needs to be spent on.
Do you want to mention what our next,
Okay, we have 3 people from the public who wanted to comment. If you still would like to do so, they say no. One says yes, one says no. We need to move this along. We do have a full agenda for the rest of the day, and we've taken a time for very important issues, but let's try to move this along if we can.
So I'm finished.
And
Thank you.
Joan Campanero, 721 Pelican Bay Drive, Daytona. As I listened to the pastor's invocation, I couldn't help think about how relevant that was to the subject of homelessness. I believe it was either this Sunday or last Sunday's gospel, the synopsis of which was, whatever we do or do not do to the least of our brother is what you do for me, and that was Jesus's words. As a taxpayer and resident of Volusia County, I wanted to thank you all for your part of making the First Step Shelter a reality. Without the monies that you committed for construction and operations, we wouldn't be here where we are today. 45 of our brothers and sisters are getting the assistance they need. As we heard, 3 people had their housing vouchers, one's already in housing. Whenever I'm at the facility, I am so humbled by how grateful and just the success of the individuals that I talk to. I mean, they look so different, some of which I've known when they were on the street. They look like completely different individuals. And the staff of the shelter are amazing. And what they're doing is they're giving these individuals back their dignity. So I want to commend them too. I'm hopeful that you not only honor your $400,000 annual commitment, but consider raising it so that we can help more of our brothers and sisters. And Deb, I wrote my check too. So, and our church, we're going to be very soon starting a campaign where we're talking to all the different churches. Yep. So thank you all.
Thank you, Joan. And Karen, you and Suzanne are okay, but just saying, you really appreciate everything that's going on, and so do we. And at this point, we're going to take a lunch break, and we'll be back at 1:30. George, can we do that? If we can get staff can eat and get back by 1:30.
We're ready to go.
Ready to go.
Yep.
So we'll recess till 1:30.
every word of it. I meant every word of it. I'm gonna bring them up again this afternoon. We're doing our aerospace aviation overlay district. We're gonna bring these jobs in here, and I'm gonna talk about your team with us. I got a rock star today. But it would be nice, unless, if you advertise it, but the odds of getting us all there together at the same time is gonna be difficult. But I'll do it, yeah, absolutely will. Okay. Thank you.
Good afternoon. We will be reconvening the council meeting in less than 1 minute. T minus 46 seconds. It is 1:30, and at this time, we'll go ahead and reconvene the council meeting. And Tad Kaysbeer, you're up for item number 4.
Good afternoon. All right. Items 4, 5, and 6 all pertain to the 10th Street widening project that has been let for contract for construction. These are agreements that are associated with that particular project and clean up certain things that need to be done. Just a little bit of background as it pertains to multiple agreements, but 10th Street in its current incarnation actually belongs to the city of New Smyrna Beach. We will be, when we reconstruct it, taking that over from them, and it will be our project to maintain in perpetuity thereafter. As a part of that project, we crossed the FEC Railroad about midway through, and the road crossing portion is New Smyrna Beach's responsibility. They've been paying for any maintenance that needs to occur, and they've been paying the annual licensing fee as required. We own the Gabarty Canal, which is on the south side of 10th Street, and there's a trestle bridge that allows the railroad to cross our canal through their right-of-way. And we pay, if there's any maintenance fees associated with that bridge, we pay for that. So, item 4 is an agreement between ourselves and FEC to replace that existing bridge with a box culvert that we will continue once it gets outside of the right-of-way all the way back east over to US 1, tie into the existing box culvert there. So with an agreement with the FEC, they will do the construction work, which is consistent with how they like to do work in their right-of-way. They don't want us, those of us that are not trained in that type of activity, to do that type of work. So we pay them, and then they have their contractor go do the work. As with anything with the railroad, there's not much negotiation. We do our best to get as favorable an agreement as we possibly can, but there's no negotiating with regard to things like price or anything along those lines. What they tell you the cost is, you can pay it or you cannot have it. So that's what we got worked out in the agreement. They will construct it, and then we will pay for the maintenance and an annual licensing fee thereafter. So staff recommends approval of that agreement.
Okay. Council, need a recommendation? Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am elated to make this motion regarding 10th Street and a couple hopefully after that for the interlocal agreement between the county and the Florida East Coast Railroad for the bridge replacement for the 10th Street widening project. That's been a heavy lift. Second.
Motion made by Denny, seconded by Wheeler. Any discussion? Hearing no, any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous, and we'll continue on we'll go to item 5, Tad.
Yes, sir. Item 5 is a tri-party agreement between ourselves, FEC, and the city of New Smyrna Beach. As I'd mentioned, 10th Street in its current incarnation, it belongs to the city of New Smyrna Beach. They've been paying the maintenance fees and the annual licensing fee. Under this agreement, they will continue to do so. So they will pay any future construction activities that need to occur after we've built the road and the annual licensing fee as outlined. The county will go ahead and pay for the construction, the reconstruction of that crossing to match what our plans call for in terms of the widened road section. And then FEC, with the money provided by ourselves for construction and the annual maintenance fees from the city of New Smyrna Beach, they will go ahead and construct and maintain that crossing at that location. It's worth noting that 2 things on this. One, the city won't see this agreement until February 11th. We didn't want to hold it up waiting for their approval. The fact that it's, again, a railroad negotiated contract agreement. There's really no room for negotiating, so we expect them to go ahead and approve it. All the discussions have been such that they would do so.
But it's not subject to their approval in the motion, correct?
Well, correct. We would actually like to amend the motion to basically state that, yes, its approval is conditional upon the City of New Smyrna Beach approving it
Okay.
as is on February 11th.
Okay.
And then the second item of note is that a good portion of the costs under this contract that we would be responsible for, we do believe we are going to get reimbursed from that by the Department of Transportation under their railway funding mechanisms. It won't be approved until later, but it is on the list, and we do expect that it will be funded in the next DOT fiscal, or the next federal fiscal year, starting in October.
Okay. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move approval, contingent upon New Smyrna Beach approval of the tri-party agreement between the county and city of New Smyrna Beach and the Florida East Coast Railroad for the railroad crossing for the 10th Street widening project.
Motion made by Denny's, seconded by Wheeler. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes unanimous, and we'll item 6, which is also relative to this.
Right. Item 6 is an agreement now between ourselves and the City of New Smyrna Beach, in which they transfer the right-of-way for 10th Street that they currently own, not just for this section, but a previous section in which it wasn't transferred, where we've already done the widening to the west. They would transfer that to us, and then they will take over the maintenance portions north of the back of curb in our right-of-way to include maintaining the grass, the at-grade improvements, so anything from back of curb, so sidewalk and the mowing, any debris removal, they will be responsible for that as well.
Okay. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think it's worth noting, too, that not only did we negotiate with the railroad, this is great collaboration with our cities. Yet again, I want to thank you for that. It's great to work with our cities and our district to accomplish a task. With that, I move approval of the interlocal agreement between the county and the city of New Smyrna Beach for right-of-way transfer and maintenance responsibilities for the 10th Street widening project.
Motion made by Denny's, seconded by Wheeler. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing no objection, the motion passes 6-0 with, again, with Commissioner Lowry not here. Sorry, Councilmember Lowry. Clay Irvin, item 7. And this is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing for this. And
good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. Today is an administrative amendment to our comprehensive plan, excuse me, specifically our conservation element. As the council is aware, we've undertaken a update to all of our elements in our comprehensive plan to make sure that out-of-date terminology, things that are not necessarily required by Florida statutes and other types of things along those lines are cleaned up, and also to bring them into compliance with anything that has changed. With this particular element, we have 2 things that have occurred since the last time we looked at it, specifically the Regional Resiliency Action Plan and a 2016 ordinance by the council basically prohibiting fracking in Volusia County. So we've incorporated those ideas into this element as well. On page 7-21, there's an overview that provides you a good summary of what we're doing in here. We have 4 basically key areas in our conservation area element. The first one pertains to water quality. Second one pertains to wildlife and native communities. The third is air quality. And lastly, we talk about mineral and soils resources. So we've made minor changes to all of those. It basically addresses the critical issues of what is now required by Florida statutes and also what is required by our county council. As I referenced in the opening statements, we did put in with the water resources references to our regional resiliency action plan. We talked about some of the requirements for coordination with the DEP as part of the natural communities and wildlife. With air quality, we are again coordinating with DEP to make sure their standards upheld. And lastly, the mineral and soils, we bring in what the county council has previously taken action on in regards to fracking. These are very quickly the changes we've made. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. This was presented to the PLDRC, who unanimously recommended approval of it. This is the transmittal hearing, so what will occur is if y'all decide to approve this, we will send it off to DEO and the VGMC for their review. Make sure the Volusia County Growth Management Commission and the Department of Economic Opportunity. So that way they can conduct their reviews, and if there's any comments from them, we will make sure it's incorporated into the final adoption, which will come back to you in approximately 30 to 60 days.
Okay, I have this public hearing. I do have one card filled out. I don't see him. Jeff Brower, are you here? Since he is not here, I'll assume he's not going to comment. We'll close public participation and close the public hearing. Council? Ms. Wheeler.
Mr. Chair, move approval of the ordinance 2020-4 transmittal hearing for amendment to the Comprehensive Plan Conservation Element Case CPA-20-001.
Motion made by Wheeler, seconded by Johnson. Any discussion? Just point out one thing. This strengthens and provides a greater level of conservation and protection, a very good move, I think, for the environment with the resiliency being included in there. So I think it's a good thing to have this, and I would see no reason that we wouldn't have it accepted. And as you mentioned, it passed the PLDRC 6-0. Any other comments? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. We'll move to item number 8. This too is a public hearing. We'll open the public hearing. Clay.
Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a long researched effort on your staff to incorporate many of the directions that y'all have provided us. There's two that come to mind. There was concern that we did not have a Southeast Activity Center, and Ms. Denny's brought this issue up. Council supported her and asked us to go and look and see what we could do to help bolster the economic opportunities, and specifically around the Oak Hill area. Also, there was been a very clear and very specific direction to make sure that we are poised and ready in case there is any opportunities to expand our manufacturing, specifically in the world of aerospace and aeronautical industries. So what we've done here is kind of a complement to what we did at the last meeting. At the last meeting, we provided for a very specific overlay. It's a zoning district over our 300 to 400 acres we have south of the airport. This one actually applies to 342,000 acres that's bounded by US 17, US 92, and the Atlantic Ocean and the Brevard County border. This area has been identified in the Cape Canaveral Master Plan as part of their technology triangle. What that means is that this is an area where primary, secondary, and tertiary manufacturers of commercial space flight could locate because it's within a 25 to 50 mile range of the Cape. Also, the proximity of our airport and the presence of Embry-Riddle University also provides us with economic advantages when seeking out to try and recruit aerospace and aeronautical industries. So what we've done is we've put in place an overlay in our comprehensive plan. And what we've said is that of these 342,000 acres, there's approximately 11,000 that have a non-residential land use category. So that means that they could be commercial, they could be office, they could be industrial. But what we're saying is that regardless of what the land use is, if someone came in and wanted to locate an aerospace industry there, we could rezone it to PUD, take it through an expedited review process, and ensure that the administrative aspect is taken care of in a very quick fashion so that we're not having to wait for comp plan amendments or any other things along those lines. We've also put in process something hand in glove with what we did with Spartan Industries here recently, in that we realize that some of these areas may not have quick and easy accessibility to centralized utilities. So we've put in place that it's okay to be able to have on-site treatment facilities with the understanding that the development would work with the county, and if there's any surrounding cities, to potentially come up for a master plan to help expand that facilities. So what you're seeing is that we're trying to address all of the concerns that have come up with our previous experience when we're dealing with those who are site selectors who are trying to get in here with some of these types of industries. Again, it is just one small part of a larger bag of tricks that we can have when we're going out there and trying to recruit these targeted industries. That's the other thing I want to make sure that, as you can see in here, it is very specifically targeted to specific industries tied to aerospace and aeronautical. So it's not going to be a situation where we approve this and next thing you know, somebody's going to be coming in and trying to put in a cannery or something along those lines. This is very, very specific, very, very geared towards the aerospace industry. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. This is also a transmittal hearing, so again, it will also go to the Volusia County Growth Management Commission, and it'll go on to the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity for their review. We'll be back here hopefully in 30 to 60 days to have this adopted.
Okay. As I mentioned, this is a public hearing. John Nicholson.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue, Beachside. I like the idea that you're proactive. So many times we try to catch up from behind, but I do have two problems with this before I get into the meat of my comments. Is one, when you do a blanket location, all of these locations that are not residential, many of them will be next to residences. So you don't want to put a thing where in 10 or 15 years or 20 years, all these people are living there, assuming that it's going to be other houses, and all of a sudden you put an industrial park next to them. All right? That has happened in Daytona Beach. It happened in Miami, in the city of Hialeah. So be careful what you wish for and for unintended consequences. Secondly, you need to put teeth into what you're doing. And so I know I often hit you with Daytona Beach versus the rest of the county, that we are a donor city. I got Anna Fall that when she was county chair to admit that we were a donor city. We give all this money, we don't get it back. We give $100 million to Tallahassee, we get $5 million back. Your half-penny sales tax, we were supposed to give you $20 million, you'd give us $3 million back. So I don't like those kind of things, but in this instance, this is the time that you have to put teeth in it. If you get that half penny or hopefully a penny sales tax, you will commit to infrastructure in Oak Hill. I know that's not the city of Daytona Beach. I understand that.
I wondered where that comment came from because this is kind of off the subject of what we're talking about.
Well, no, what I'm asking that is that you take the money and be up front.
What we're talking about is the
zone.
The comprehensive plan amendment.
Correct.
Okay.
And I want you to put,
John.
I'm not talking about half penny.
You just mentioned it. Read it back to me.
It's an example.
I don't mind hearing his last minute.
I mean, he'll hear his last minute, but for him to throw things out there that is not on what we're discussing, John.
No, it is what we're discussing.
We are not discussing a half a penny.
You do this to me all the time.
I'll give you 20 seconds.
You tell me what I'm going to say, and it's not what I'm saying.
Okay. Go ahead and give me a repeat of what he said before it's over. Go ahead.
Teeth, okay? The reason why I'm saying put teeth in this is that there's an area, if you're going to deal with the space industry, put teeth into it where it will do the most good, which is Oak Hill. And I understand it's not Daytona Beach. It's Oak Hill. So put in this thing that you will then put the money for infrastructure in Oak Hill early, so that when it comes time to build the industry, that land that you will put in PUD will be able to quickly, without the infrastructure, it cannot be built. Ms. Deddes, I think you understand. Thank you.
You still have 10 seconds. Okay.
Wow. Point of order. Good heavens.
Okay. We'll close the public participation portion, and just for clarification, there's nothing about putting the money into the infrastructure before you have the cart. This is to create the zoning, be able to move quickly on the plan for the future commercial space industry. And anyway, Ms. Dennis.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can you put up on...
Is there a motion there?
You want the motion
Yes,
before
ma'am.
discussion?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
So I will gladly move approval of ordinance 2020-5 transmittal hearing for the amendment to the comprehensive plan future land use element and appendix 1 establishing the commercial space industry opportunity overlay case CPA-20-002.
Is there a second? Second, Denny's, Wheeler. Motion made by Denny. Now, Ms. Denny, sorry.
Okay, so can you put up on the screen from this agenda item, it looks like it's 08-30, can you put up page 30? Because I don't want this to get lost here. This isn't just about Oak Hill. We have to see the big picture here. It's an overlay area. No, it's the agenda item, 08-30, the page. Okay, so while she's pulling that up, and this only relates to the unincorporated area. It's not the cities, it's only our unincorporated area. But in our agenda item on page 0830, and then the next one next to it is a copy of the Bryce commercial space chain characterization, the supply chain that we had asked for, which Team Volusia we have asked to present and give us an update on the supply chain when we turned aviation and aeronautics over to them, aerospace to them last year. This council did, and now we have requested them to come back to us specifically to update us on the supply chain. So I want to connect all this because as we're going forward, it's all interconnected. But I want you, it's just page 0830 on the agenda item. Yeah,
Oh, you got it, okay.
no, I've got it. I want them to be able to get it.
That should be easy. No, it's page 30. That's pretty easy to do. I did it. And I'm not that tech savvy.
Marcy, it's right before this.
I don't think that's it.
It is, but it's not off the agenda item. It's just throwing it on the screen. So there we go. So that's a picture of the industry overlay. You see how far west it goes into DeLand,
right,
into Lake Helen, down to DeBerry. Actually, Osteen's a pretty big recipient of this. Osteen has some areas in there that have been identified. It goes all the way up. Take a look at this. South Daytona into Daytona. Take a look at the land here. So it's not just about Oak Hill.
Right.
This is an overlay area, so I don't want that to get lost, that we're just focusing on one area. This has been a big approach. Staff did a tremendous job identifying, I mean, what would we say, 300 and how many?
42,841 acres.
Acres, yeah, just under 400,000 acres have been identified. This is a big step because now projects, they're not looking for shovel ready, they're looking for permit ready. And that's what we're doing, and what staff did a great job the last council meeting, streamlining that permitting process. Probably took it from 9-12 months down to 3 months, and even getting quicker. Mr. Manager,
Right.
Is this the first time we've ever done an overlay like this?
To this size, yes.
And in this particular targeted industries?
Right.
So, I have to say it, we're going where we have never gone before. I'm sorry.
I like it.
But that's the focus, it's the goal. And Mr. Rechtenwald, it's been not a heavy lift, but it's a detailed
Lift. Yeah, the staff is working diligently. Like I said, last meeting we had the area for our property. This, as you said, so well, extends all the way west and gives us many, many areas of opportunity. And they are, to some other comments, areas that down the road, as we do build infrastructure, we also keep this in mind as well, because that'll be part of the equation. When you know where the industry could be, then hopefully we can coincide that with some of the our long-range plans and the cities around. See, that's the other part, is they'll be serving some of these areas from a utility standpoint.
So then to that, now I want to go flip back a couple pages to page 27 that has the global space economy. Why are we doing this? The question is, why are we doing this? Because can you put up there on, it's page 27. It is 3 pages before this one. Nope.
That's what 27 is.
Mine is showing, oh, excuse me, 38. Okay, mine says 2768, but on this one, it's 38.
So you want to go forward to the page?
Yeah, 38.
Okay.
Got two different numbers on the, there you go. Pull it down a little more, because I want to see that colored wheel in the middle. Pull it down to global, okay, that's, yeah, that's what we're looking at. The commercial space industry supply chain, the global space economy. See that 348 billion right there? That's from Bryce, that's our consultant that we used for the supply chain. That's 2017. Now put up the sheet that I just gave you, and I'm going to pass these out. That's 2017. Fast forward to 2019, we went from 348 billion to 5 trillion in satellites and supply chain marketing. We want higher paying jobs, better quality jobs. It's in the supply chain marketing to all of these industries. This economy is growing so quickly that there are technologies and sensors and widgets. It's about cargo and payload that we haven't even thought of. It's just amazing, the supply chain that's out there. And we have the ability to capture that now because of what we've done with the land over by the airport in Embry-Riddle. And honestly, when the opportunity comes, it's probably going to be 0.0, I would say, over at in Daytona there at the airport, between airport and Embry-Riddle. That's probably going to be the first place that gets anchored. So I am so encouraged. This is so big. We've been talking about it. You know, I know people have joked about it. Well, you just wait till this comes through and then see what's going to happen. And it's so forward-thinking, Mr. Rechtenwald, to work with staff that is doing as much as they can to streamline the regulations and get this permit ready. It's just, and the timing is perfect because we were just in Washington, D.C. last week for the FAA Commercial Aviation Aerospace Conference. So it's just kind of a theme going on here. And we're just north of the Cape.
That's correct.
And everything's moving north.
That's correct, and that's what we heard, and I was going to talk about that during my comments. I have a little report on that, but definitely you start to see the advantages that the private industry will have by being near the Cape, but not necessarily in the Cape. Right. And that was some interesting conversations that we were able to have with some of the private rocket specialists. So it was kind of a giant Big Bang theory.
It was a whole week of giant Big Bang theory. And it's not, and it's the industries that go along with them. Another industry sector that's been identified, we've talked about it with Team Volusia, is our medical our medical anchors here. Our medical community is growing, and the support to that industry is all tying into all of this. So our future's bright, Volusia County, and I have to tell you, I'm real pleased with the strength this is visionary leadership. This is visionary leadership for something that when it comes through, we can take a deep breath and give the manager, that's another whole issue we need to talk about, room to move around the budget to accomplish for our citizens, because we don't want to lose the next great opportunity that comes at us. And we're not going to. We're absolutely not going to. So you've set us up for success. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is good. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Ms. Post.
While I'm definitely excited about the space program, I grew up in Brevard County, which is right there across the river, and sat on the rooftop of the vehicles in Cars Park to watch the rocket launches, and sat across the Indian River to watch the launches, and very excited about the space program. But I've been to meetings as well in DC and Tallahassee, and what I'm hoping while I think it's wonderful that our Economic Development Division and the airport and council members and Team Volusia and everyone else that's on board pursues new industry and pursues bringing new industry to our area and new possibilities, I would also hope that we are focusing on our current needs as well. So what I don't want to see happen, and I hope that we seriously keep an eye on and keep in the back of our minds as we're making these decisions, because I'm reading these policies additions in the ordinance that we're approving, and I'm reading coordinating with the River to Sea TPO to identify future improvements to the road network that will facilitate the development of southeastern Volusia County for targeted space industries. Shall coordinate with VOTRAN, shall ensure that basically fire and all of the emergency services are available down there when a targeted industry comes in. I've heard the discussions about improving the road to the Haulover Canal and all of those kinds of things, and while those are great ideas, I'm very hesitant and I'm very worried about when I'm looking at tremendous infrastructure needs certainly within my own district and all around the county, that we are not addressing, putting in a lot of money into this area and shifting those needs. You just mentioned shifting funds. There are some major needs around the county, and while this is a great direction, I would hope that we would also focus on that. I'm looking at the policies under 08-8 in addition to a number of other things in here, but it is saying that Volusia County shall do all of these things when we have someone that is interested. So that is I'm looking fiscally at what we're looking at, and that worries me.
Okay, was there something specific that said it would shift funds from capital projects that are funded to something else?
No.
That was my
Clay, come on back up.
Yeah. I didn't think
this
that
basically was meant to set us up from, I think as Ms. Denny's had mentioned, what we done last week was really hone down in and around the airport to a very specific piece of property that would allow some master planning and permitting. This is several steps above that. We're just to get some planning stuff out of the way that would make the land and could be used for other industries as well. But this is targeted specifically as an overlay because of our work in space right now. Clay, explain it just a little bit more. But we're not committing any money to it. It's committing a plan so that again, places like the cities who will be serving some of this area and ourselves know that this is what could possibly be here, and therefore start putting some infrastructure or make sure that they include that when they're doing other work. Get a little bit deeper, Clay.
The way comp plans are set up, you got an overriding goal, and then you break into objectives, and then you got specific policies. And what we're talking about here is objective 1.3.5, which says Volusia County shall encourage the location of targeted industries to properties having access to transportation, utilities, and multimodal transportation. And then we set in motion a series of mandatory coordination. It does not commit us to necessarily spend those monies in those areas. It just basically tells specifically the Florida Department of Economic Opportunity that we are understanding that we have to coordinate with our River to Sea. And that, again, I want to clarify, that's for the southeast area. If you look at, these are policies 1.3.5, 1 through 5. Some are pertaining to southeast because it does have a transportation network that is somewhat lacking. So this gives them us that our goal is to enhance that area. But otherwise, a lot of these objectives apply throughout the area within the overlay. And again, it's not necessarily saying we shall spend the monies over this as a top priority. It just indicates that we are here to make sure we're coordinating with all these regional and local agencies to ensure that the infrastructure is going to be in place so that we're not behind the 8 ball.
Okay, but it's setting into place future direction to, I understand that we're not saying we're spending the money right this second, but it's putting into place future direction so that when things come up, we would be, improving that road to the Hall River Canal. We would be doing all of these things. We would be putting in water and sewer down into Oak Hill, which is not available right now. And I have to tell you, I think there's a lot more things that we should be focused on right now in Volusia County.
These are similar to other policies we have throughout the comp plan. I mean, I don't want to minimize them, but I do want to say they're very generic in that they're basically showing a commitment by Volusia County to coordinate with our partners. It doesn't necessarily, again, it's something that you'll see that we have in many of our activity centers and some of our other economic development aspects. All of these are generally shown in that same category. We realize that at the ultimate end, prioritization is set by the county council when you approve your capital improvement program. That's where you have to take and balance all of those different competing coordinated efforts to make a determination on what gets funded and what does.
So that's actually my statement right now. That's what I'm discussing right now, is that it appears to be the direction of council at this point, that space is a priority. I know that was never my priority, but this appears to be where we're headed, and I'm just very concerned about the current needs within Volusia County before we go spending money in other areas. So that's all I have to say.
The important thing to remember is no money is spent until we approve it. And that's set aside. And this is a planning tool, which is opposed to an operational tool. If you don't plan, you have to react. And if you have to wait till you react, you're way out of the ballpark of being a reactionary. You need to be a visionary with action. Ms. Denny's.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know what this is about? It's about jobs. It's about jobs. It's about higher paying jobs. It's what our citizens need, and this is a planning tool, and it's market driven. This is nothing any government's going to set in position. We're just trying to streamline the processes, not do away with them, but identify the wetlands, mitigate them, identify the rights of way, which is what our citizens want us to do. And when we had the stakeholder engagement meeting at the airport with Team Volusia, with our universities, with all the other leaders, the CEO Alliance, and many other private individuals, the one thing they always ask us to do as a government is get out of the way. Let the market drive the outcome. That's what this will do. And as far as infrastructure goes, the proof of this is on the consent agenda, where we just approved phase 1 or 2 down at Indian Harbor Estates with a septic to sewer conversion program down in Oak Hill. We've been working on for about 4 years. We got a lot of that through grants and through other funding opportunities. It doesn't happen overnight. It's a regional approach. So you can't stay in a silo and say, this is what's going on in this little area, so I don't want to be concerned about this. And let's not think about the future and the possibilities and this $5 trillion industry, that's the possibility that's right at our border. I am going to support the possibility of expanding our economy and getting the government out of the way any day, all day, and make no excuses about it. And this is not committing the council anything in there with spending money. In fact, it's just the opposite. It's like staff has said, and it's, if you read the supply chain report, if you read the agenda item, it is so encouraging on what the opportunities are for Embry-Riddle, for our students, for our supply chain, our current corporations that supply vendors, our composites, our welders, our fiberglass finishers. I'm telling you, there is a huge supply chain market out. Don't think that, and it's not about space. It's about aviation. It's about aerospace. And all the other, there's what, 20 or 30 more industries, if you read through your agenda item, that are included with this specific overlay district. So that's why I wanted you to see the map, that it's not just Oak Hill. It's a huge 380,000 acres. This is big. It's not little. And it is a regional approach. And we do collaborate with the TPO. And we do collaborate with our funding partners and Team Volusia and the CEO Alliance and the Triangle from the Spaceport from Canaveral. Why would we not? You're going to have to tell me to stop, because I'm not going to. I'm going to full steam ahead in anything I can to attract quality jobs and this industry, to increase the industry penetration here for Volusia County that has been asked for in every single sector that I've spoken to. Nobody once has said, please don't do this. Now, I haven't heard that once. So, Mr. Chair, I'm done.
Okay, Ben?
When I ran, one of the things that I talked about a lot and always had people agree with me is that we educate our children to go somewhere else because they have to get a job somewhere else. We have higher institutions in this county, many of them, and once again, they're training to go somewhere else. We look at every time we get a financial about where we stand with wages in Volusia County, and we sit low, and we can't change that without good industry. I commend Clay and your group for getting ahead of this curve and being prepared for what we may see in the future, rather than all of a sudden we're behind the 8 ball because somebody else has. It's the only way we can bring our wages in this county up to where they belong, and maybe even surpass other areas. I don't see where it's going to change our priorities here. The only thing it might do is help us get some tax base that we can use that's not on the homeowner, which is one of the great issues in this county, is we're upside down of where their industry and business versus homeowners have paying the insurance, and it's something else we have to look at long range. We're going to grow, we can't stop it, and this is one of the ways that we can do it and do it in the right way, and I support it fully.
Okay, Ms. Post?
I was still on.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous 6-0. We'll move
Chair,
to item...
Ms. Gertman's out of the room, so it's actually 5-0.
I'm sorry?
Ms. Gertman's out of the room right now, so it's actually passes 5-0.
Sorry about that. I didn't notice that way. Thank you so much. Motion passes 5-0. We will now move to item number 9. This is 1030 certain, so I think we'll make that key. And Clay.
Good afternoon, Clay Irvin, Director of Growth and Resource Management. This is a special exception for a 4.8 acre parcel located east of State Road 11, south of Glenwood, north of Lake Molly. This subject property has a zoning of B4. There was a previous special exception for a mini warehouse that was approved in 2007. They never came through to follow through with the site plan, so that special exception expired. Property's been sitting there. The new owner is looking at trying to do that same type of development. There is going to be a bit of a change from the previous plan in that previously they had 241 self-storage units. This one is proposing 345. There's a grand total of 8 buildings totaling 48,000 square feet. The conceptual site plan is shown on page 9-12 of your agenda packet. What you will see is that this is Lake Molly right here. Here's Glenwood. Here's State Road 11. They are preserving this southeast corner and utilizing that for stormwater, so therefore you'll have a tree buffer as well as their stormwater. Then you see the 8 buildings basically creating that enclosed space. They are on State Road 11, so they're required to comply with our architectural standards for the corridor. It is within the airport overlay. We've checked and verified that it's not going to be a problem from that perspective. It was sent to the PLDRC with a recommendation from staff. PLDRC held a public hearing. No one spoke against it, and it was unanimously approved 6-0 by the PLDRC. So you have both your staff and your advisory board sending a recommendation of approval. If there's any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Okay, this is a public hearing. I have no one wishing to speak from the public. We'll close the public participation portion of the public hearing. And Ms. Gertman.
I'll move to approve since there is no community objection of the special exception for mini warehouse on 4.8 acre general commercial B4 zone property located at 2503 State Road 11 and 115 Molly Avenue, DeLand, case S20-005.
Motion made by Gertman, seconded by Johnson. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And we'll move to item number 10. And I bet Brad Harris is coming up along with Rick Carl. I was right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rick Carl, Director of Aviation and Economic Resources. I'm here with Brad Harris, your Interim Economic Development Director. Before Brad gets up, I want to make a couple of points. One is, please come. The general public's invited to come to the Q briefing on Friday morning. Daytona Beach International Airport, Dennis McGee Room, starts sharply at 8 o'clock. Get there at 7:45, have some free breakfast, so please come. Number two, Heather Schuberg is here from Team Volusia as well, and we are going to be changing up the Q briefings coming up, the next one, not this one, to add Team Volusia's report. We've been remiss, I apologize, in the past that Team Volusia has just come, on an annual basis to give an update and do their funding renewal. But after some discussions internally with the county manager and Suzanne and Team Volusia, we feel it'd be better for the council to get a regular update. Not a lengthy update, but Brad does his update, we do our updates, then Team Volusia can talk about what's going on in the recruiting effort, because we are focused on the business retention and expansion effort mostly, and Team Volusia is doing the recruiting. So to give you a complete picture, I think this would be helpful. And finally, the county manager will be talking about the trip that we took to Washington, D.C. last week to participate in the FAA Commercial Aerospace Conference. I do want to emphasize that while we are focused, we, the County Economic Development Division, Team Volusia, and the CEO Business Alliance, and the cities, all of us are focused on the aviation aerospace sector. We are not taking our eye off the ball with the other industries. B. Braun is a very huge medical facility along with our two major hospital systems here, and so we are encouraging the Alliance and all of us to get together with that sector as well as the financial services sector with Brown & Brown and the other insurance assets we have here in the financial services. So we are looking at the whole picture, but the aviation aerospace sector is moving, especially the commercial aerospace sector is moving so quickly. We appreciate your support in allowing these planning tools, these tools in a workshop, in our tool shop. So thank you very much. And without any further delay, I'd like to introduce Brad to come up and give the quarterly briefing.
Thank you, Rick.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the council. Brad Harris, Interim Economic Development Director. And I will just, as a lifer in manufacturing, I'll add a comment to what Rick said. Very few manufacturing companies are silos. They service many industries. So even though we talk about aerospace, medical, we've got people in this county that have been servicing both those industries, plus probably 3 or 4 more other industries. Very integrated, and we don't want to lose sight of that in all of our strategies. So anyhow, I'm before you today to give you an update on the fourth quarter economic performance. We have been on a trajectory of growth for many years, and I'll say right up front, the trajectory continues. So it's good news for our county, and I'm pleased to come up here and share some of that with you. The first slide I put up is one we generally put up at the beginning of the year, and I really want you to focus on the number on the blue line, which is Volusia County, the number to the right, which is $38,760. That is our average private wage. Those words are important, average private wage, and that becomes the basis for our Qualified Targeted Industry Incentive Program that we participate in. It's one that's managed by the Department of Economic Opportunity. So when we get applications for that incentive, or the inducement incentive, the basis for that on applications received this year will be this number. And that translates into an annual wage of $44,574 when you put the 115% requirement on it that goes with the QTI incentives that we consider in this chamber. So that's the basis for it. The other reason we put this chart up gives you a relative trend line for both Volusia County, the state of Florida, and the United States. And we've talked about this in the past. Just to remind you kind of the picture. It shows that starting in 2009, the nation began its growth out of the Great Recession. It took Florida a little bit longer to get its feet on the ground, and it started out of that Great Recession. And Volusia County was a little bit later than that. Took us a little longer to get our feet on the ground, and we began to grow out of that. And you see that reflected in these wages. I just wanted to just put a stake in the ground and say, if you look at the last 5 years of Volusia County, Florida, in the United States wage growth, and though it's not shown on the print, I'll just give you the numbers. The United States grew 3.01% on average per year. That's how wages have grown from 2013 to 2018. The state of Florida's wages have grown 3.06, almost the same thing. And Volusia County's wages have grown 3.09. So all of those entities have seen roughly, on average, 3% growth over the last 5 years. So the economy is strengthening, and once everybody got their feet on the ground, the growth rate on wages has pretty much been the same across the board. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. The second chart that I have is just to give you context for the wages themselves. There's a lot of concern about wages. I wanted to just show you where we sit. We saw this chart last year, but our position in the state has really not changed. What you see here are the counties which surround us, and I add St. John's to it just because they're on I-95 and their profile is very similar. But it shows us right in the center of the annual wage numbers for our surrounding counties. That is the same position we hold in the state of Florida. We're about number 30 out of 67 counties. We sit right in the middle. We're not at the bottom, we're not at the top. We're in the middle, which is, at least from my perspective, not a bad place to be, but as I've already heard from the council, and I feel the same way, we'd like to see that grow and grow at a faster rate. So that's where we sit with our wages relative to the communities around us. So I'm going to move on quickly to one of the other major areas of measurement for economic health, and that is our employment. Familiar chart to everybody here. It shows in descending order the size of the employment by industry. The dominant ones up top, 50% of our employment comes from education and health, leisure and hospitality, and retail. They're all growing. They go up and down quarter to quarter, but basically they're healthy. They've been growing over the past several years. I will say that education and health has just hit another record in terms of the number of people employed in that industry. That's the highest in our history. And then transportation, warehousing, and utilities, which is down at the bottom. A small number, but it reflects the fact that distribution has a growing presence in our county, and obviously with Amazon adding to those numbers, we'll see that continue to go up to numbers that we haven't seen in the past. So good information, good trends. We're growing with our labor. I'll move on to the employment levels. On this chart, just key on the fourth quarter 19 for Volusia County. 257,000 people are in our workforce. We hit a record high back in the third quarter. We're still close to that today. Our unemployment down to 7,785 people. If you read in the paper, we've hit 2.9% unemployment in the last month, back to the levels we haven't seen since the recession. So again, great news for our county. And I think we'll leave it at that. So let's move on now to the cities. We show you for 6 of our cities, which are the large cities, 25,000 residents and over. We actually have the detail for our labor force employment and unemployment for those cities. I won't say a lot here other than to say Daytona Beach had the largest drop numerically in the number of people taken off the unemployment rolls. So that's great news for them. If you move on to the other 3 cities, New Smyrna, Ormond Beach, and Port Orange, New Smyrna had the largest percentage drop. They went from 3.8 down to 3% unemployment, which is a great drop. And then Ormond Beach is the holder of the lowest unemployment rate of the major cities in our county at 2.6%. So it's all good news. I mean, employment has been great, and it's, again, a function of our employers creating jobs and giving opportunities to our residents. All right, let's move on then to construction, another area we look at to gauge the health of our community's economy. This now gives you a full year's picture for 2019. Just to compare that to the previous years, let me give you some totals. If you look at the year of 2017 and add those 4 bars together, that's $616 million in new construction for residential permits. If you go to 2018, that's $844 million. So we went from 616 to 844, and then the total in this past year is now $895 million, which is another 6% increase in the number or in the value of the homes that are being built in Volusia County. So it's a great story. It continues to grow, and it's not unique to one area of our county. It is all across the county. If you look at the next chart, which is the detail by city, I'm just going to call out one number, and that is DeLand. They've shown a significant jump here in the last quarter. They've got probably a half dozen builders and developments that are just taking hold right now, and you just see a significant impact, $54 million in the fourth quarter, which is fantastic. Move on to the commercial construction. Again, the picture is the same. We see very healthy numbers here. Again, I'll compare the 3 years that are shown here. 2017, $390 million was the total. You had a big hit there from the, as you'll see in the note at the bottom of the chart, from the Daytona Convention Hotel. You go on to 2018, there was $326 million that year. And then in this past year, 2019, we are up to $449 million, which again is higher than 2017, higher than 2018. That represents a 37% jump year over year from last year. And we saw Brown & Brown, which is a big part of that in the first quarter, our Advent Health in the second quarter with a $54 million hospital project. And in this last quarter, you see the effect of the Enclave apartments that are going in South Daytona. So some major projects, but there are, I just listed the 2019, there are 16 projects over $1 million across the county and pretty much across the industries. You see multifamily housing, you see manufacturing facilities, you see new hotels, retail. It's really across the spectrum, and it really speaks well to the balanced growth that we're seeing in our county right now. And this is just the summary of some of the larger numbers that we're seeing. Let me move on to the next category. We don't show this every quarter, but we wanted to show you GDP. We have a complete year, 2018, which was just reported in December. And this is the picture for our GDP as a county. So this is the economic output of our county, and we have now reached $16.4 billion. And we've seen, again, a very healthy growth through that time period. And again, I've put up just comparisons to other levels. We have Florida and the U.S. showing here. So our GDP through 2011 to 2018 has gone up 16%. Florida has gone up 21%, and the country's gone up 18%. Now, I want to come back to the statement I made earlier about getting our feet on the ground. It took us a little longer as a county to get the engine going, but if you go back 2015 to 2018, where you see this start to go up, I want to compare those 3 entities again. Volusia County's GDP growth for that 3-year period was 10.5%. So the last 3 years, we're growing at a 10.5% rate. The state of Florida was 10.2%, and the federal government, or the United States, was 7.1%. So our economy over a 3-year period is growing faster than Florida and significantly faster than the United States. So with the traction we're getting right now, we're seeing tremendous growth in GDP. And I wanted to take you from that slide to the next one, which is just looking at one industry. There are 10 subsectors, industry subsectors we could look at. I've chosen to put manufacturing in front of you. Seems to be a popular topic today anyway, so this worked out. But manufacturing is the largest or the highest wage industry we have. And it's been that way for several years, and you see it in other counties as well. Manufacturing is also gives us the highest induced and indirect effect in our economy, which means for every job you create in manufacturing, you get 1.5 more in the other industries. So it's a feeder for the other industries as well. So it has a significant impact. And then when it comes to discretionary income and ups and downs in our economy, manufacturing is one of the most stable industries that we have. So there's a lot of reason to focus on this when we look at economic health. I'll say this as well, and you may already know this, but Volusia County has the 7th highest growth rate in manufacturing employment in the state of Florida. We are number 7 in the state, ahead of all 60 others, and we're pretty proud of what's been done, the investment that's been made, and the health of our manufacturing economy. So kudos to our employers in the manufacturing sector and the work they've done, creating that many jobs and putting us 7th in the state over the last 3 years. So it's very healthy growth. Just wanted to show you the impact that manufacturing is having on our economy. Now, the next chart is to bring home a different point. Manufacturing is great. It's growing tremendously. This council has been very supportive. We've actually done incentives for companies to build up the manufacturing sector with the express purpose of raising average wages and diversifying our economy in Volusia County. When you look at this chart, and you really see the same effect in Florida, though we've had significant manufacturing growth, when it comes to the percent of our GDP, it's really flatlined. It really has not been changing. And why is that? It's because other industries are growing as well. So when you talk about diversification and impacting wages, you really need to see this line do what it was doing back in 2012 through 2014, which, I'm sorry, I didn't get my chart caught up. So from 2012 to 2014, you saw very steep growth in our manufacturing economy in terms of relative position to our GDP. That's the kind of thing you need to see to really diversify and increase wages. And so my encouragement to our council, continue to invest, because it will make a difference. It will raise wages like we've talked about, and it will give us a more diverse and stable economy. So I wanted to share that message and then go to the last slide, which may be an eye-opener for some people. We talk about jobs and preparing for those opportunities that are coming forward. This is what the Department of Economic Opportunity thinks the job picture will look like over the next 8 years, say. So of the jobs that will come open, that will be available, you're looking at 7.5% of them being with bachelor's, master's, or doctorate degrees. 27% of them, no formal education required, and roughly 65% requiring specialty education diplomas, some kind of certification that will prepare them for the jobs. Now, whether you agree or disagree with the exact numbers, the relative position of these different education requirements is probably accurate, which means we have to be very strong in that piece of the pie that's green. We have to have strong secondary education. We have to have strong technical schools and post-secondary education to prepare them for the kinds of jobs that are going to be here going forward. We need all of those categories to be filled and ready for our employers. And so that's why we're going to focus on something in our meeting on Friday, which is our career and technical education. And we're going to have Rachel Rutledge from our Volusia County Schools come and present what's going on in career and technical education. As a department or division, economic development tries to feature the academies from the schools and just put a little article in there about those academies. But that's just one dimension of our CTE program. So Rachel will share with us where that's going and hopefully create a vision of how we're going to support our jobs going forward in our county. So great news. Questions? Anybody?
Yep. Brad, I just want to say thanks for this size of booklet. Rick, whatever you had to spend is more than worth it. You probably had to twist his arm, Brad, to get him to get something up to this level. Awesome. Well done. This is probably the best pamphlet, booklet, thing that's been provided for the quarterly reports. I know we had discussions over the years on some of those things, and I think you're there now. And just a couple of quick comments. I think the tax cuts helped improve a lot of this. If you look at those last 3 years, you look on the location, the growth, and where the growth is, and why they're leaving Texas, New Jersey, California, not Texas, sorry, New Jersey, New York. Anyway, we know those states where they're leaving and coming and growing and growth. Really impressed with, and that's why the Space Florida people have told us that we're in the triangle for manufacturing. Yeah. They had this before we got it. Y'all had it. That's why we're sitting there on go. We're part of that triangle, and that's seventh in the state on manufacturing, and that's why. I know I mentioned last year after I think Ms. Post and I both attended the judging of the robots, GoBots, and the technology and what Jane Pfeiffer put on with that. And I said, if there's anything that we can do to help that manufacturing from the county standpoint, and any incentives and any things we can do to Jane and her group to help make that work, that's where it needs. And this obviously proves that we do need to do maybe more and what we can on that. But and then one final little point, Tesla announced yesterday or the day before, they'll hire anybody without any education, whatever. You come to work for us, and by the way, their stock's only gone up from $200 a share when I bought it in January last year or February to $900 now. Unfortunately, I sold it at $210 or something, but anyway, beside the point. You still got it? But I was good on picking it. I just wasn't good on holding it. So anyway, that's it. We're in a shortage of people, period. Educated, uneducated, qualified, unqualified. People cannot find people to work. So we're going to have to do our part on that, and I'm glad you tied that in with the education, showing that. I think we're sitting on just got to get off. We're on go. Ms. Dennis.
So, more good news. No, I have more good news. Breaking good news. Enterprise Florida has decided they will be meeting, their board meeting, in Daytona Beach, June 9th and 10th. It's official. I just got the word. Oh my God, talk about timing. And Volusia County and the state of Florida and the good work that we're doing, this bodes well for all of Volusia County. So we'll see where they're going to host it and what that's going to shake out like. But way to go, Volusia County. And thanks to all the leaders, all of our regional leaders that made this happen, because we've been working on this behind the scenes. I think I got to give a kudos out to Team Volusia, Keith Norton. Was it 2014, 2015, when then Governor Scott, we had an amendment, we had a resolution from the entire county council hand-delivered to Governor Scott requesting Enterprise Florida to come to Volusia County. We'd like to roll out the red carpet and host them and showcase economic development and all the great things we're doing here at Embry-Riddle and our universities. And now they're taking it, it's the first, another first for Volusia, happening June 9th and 10th. Boom.
Great. Well done.
Well done, Volusia. Whoa. Sorry, I just seemed appropriate, Mr. Chair. It was just, I had permission to share it. So, yay.
All set?
Okay, Ms. Post.
Wait, Brad.
Sorry.
So great news. But I wanted to suggest to you, because I'd still love to hear what we're doing for small business in Volusia County. So I'm hoping that you can gear your next presentation towards that as well.
I hope so too.
Okay.
I have been working with our community for a long time on something that I want to present. We introduced it a year ago in a meeting, I think in the April timeframe. Thought I'd be ready to roll that out and show you a lot more, but we didn't quite make the window for this one. We will the next one.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, Rick and Brad, I love those kind of things. Friday morning is going to be fun, isn't it? John Booker. What's this preemption legislation? There's no such thing as that, is it?
Depends on who you talk to, Mr. Chair. John Booker, Government Affairs. About 2 months ago, I was driving up Tallahassee, and Mr. Johnson gave me a holler about home rule and preemption bills. It made my trip driving up to Tallahassee a little shorter than it is normally, because I think that lasted a good hour. Mr. Johnson, he asked at that point in time to accumulate some information, which I think is attached to the agenda, some bills in 2019 that had the word preemption in them. The letter that's attached to this item is before you all, is kind of put some notes down, and Mr. Johnson put his touch on it. I was not here for the last council meeting when that discussion ensued, but according to FAC, I pulled up something this morning, there's about 41 bills that they are tracking that have implications to home rule and preemption. During a conversation that I had with FAC last week, they were up to 50, so evidently they hadn't added that in. We track certain home rule bills that have more significance to the county. Interestingly enough, the vacation rental bill was up before, is in committee, I think, at the moment. And so I believe that's what I'm aware of, and I guess the discussion last week was dependent on how we pursue going forward with this letter.
I actually kind of thought we would come back with a letter that would have been revised somewhat, added to, or something with more into it, being that we could send all of us a current letter. I guess that's not what I misunderstood then.
Mr. Chair, I looked at this thing today, and it'd be very simple to take and just change the I's to we's, and then we could sign it electronically. We need to get this in the mail if we wait any longer. But the reason I brought it up last time, I was going to send this letter no matter what, but it just so much more strength if it comes from all of us that we put it out there. And so I just felt like we'd do that, but I think we could take and do it, have somebody just make it plural. This letter, I think, stands for itself. And also, Mr. Booker today gave me even some more stuff than from 19 and, the last couple of years that they have come up with that we need to attach this. But, we get told, and I actually got told to my face when I talked to one of them and said, you need to promise us you're not going to take away any more home rule. And he looked at me and says, I don't have any examples of where that happened. That was the basic conversation. That people talk about that, but they can't show it to me, and that's what brought this about. And I would also recommend that we take this letter and send it to the Daytona Beach News Journal as an op-ed from the county council with all of our signatures on it. So I'm asking y'all, anybody here who would like to come on this letter, to let us know so we can take and get it moving as soon as possible.
I just think that there's a lot of changes that needs to be made, Ben, other than the I's to we. For example, the bottom says, having served in elected office for 18 years.
Well, that's simple. Having served in elected office, having served in elected office, we know it's not always easy to balance the concerns. So it's easy just to change some slight verbiage and make it fit. It can be done.
That's what I had expected would be done and brought back to us to be signed.
Well,
adjusted by you working with John or with someone, with Suzanne or someone to work and make it where it would fit from all of us and take out that, like the beginning of it, I never start a sentence.
Well, I just picked it up today and saw that the I's, and if you notice, I started crossing them out right here, the we's, and, making it not from one person, but plural. And it's a very simple change. It's not the body of the letter. The letter stands, but just to change from the I's to the we's and whoever wants to sign it electronically. We just need to know, because if we wait another 2 weeks, we might as well not do it. I'm going to do it.
Well,
I think it's easy to
Mike.
adjust the letter to plural. All we need to do is who wants their signature on it, and we'll make sure it's correct in every other fashion. So,
I'm good. It needs to go out, though.
right, we can.
I know it needs to go out, but I just thought that it would have been corrected to
Well,
go
it
from
wasn't,
a-
and now's our chance to do that.
Yeah.
Who would like to go on with me?
I'll go. Yep.
Ed?
I'm not going to go on this letter the way it is.
No, we're not going to do it the way it is. We changed it. We said that.
But you've got to change the introductory sentence, you've got to change the bottom of it, and you've got to change some things in the middle.
Damned if I don't think I said that.
Well, will you send us what is, Mike, I know we don't like to get involved in doing things outside of here, so Mike,
If it's acceptable to council, I can work with John, Suzanne, and have a version ready for signature today. And
Okay.
that you could all see before you sign.
how about that?
Okay.
Let's do that, and then I feel much more comfortable seeing it all right here, all of us here. I'm on board. We all are fighting for home rule. We all know what they're doing with the preemption. They're slamming it down our throats with the idea that they cannot direct legislation to one part of the state or one city in the state, that it's one size fits all. And so when they have an issue somewhere, they make it to fit everybody, and we all get punished in the middle of it.
And to add, I think we need this also, that we, I would like, along with this letter, that we do send it to an op-ed to the Daytona Beach News Journal too.
No, I have no problem with that. Huh?
Here it is. It'd be the same letter.
I think she's in the back now. It's attached as part of the agenda, so here you go if you'd like to use it.
Well, we can make sure that she has the final version that
Okay.
would be signed.
If you get that, and then we can do the other part. And Ben, if you wanted to do a community voice page, you're certainly welcome to do that. John,
I'm done.
thank you so much.
Thank you.
We have that. 12 we have completed. 13 is sponsorship for Everybody is Somebody, $1,500 for the event on the 28th and 29th at Mills Lake Park. Who brought this forward? Anyone? Ms. Gertman?
Yes, I'll move to approve the sponsorship request for Everybody is Somebody regarding this upcoming Orange City African American Heritage Festival.
I'll second
Okay,
it.
motion made by Gertman, seconded by Post. Any discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous. And we're 14, which is a request from the Halifax Humane Society, which this one touches a couple of things which we haven't addressed, in that it's like 2 a year or 2 within a period of time, even though it falls within the requirement. We just sponsored the fur ball, I guess it was last year though, now wasn't it? It wasn't January, was it? Fur ball? Huh? Was it December?
I believe it was in December.
It was December. But you mentioned to me something about what is our policy on.
Correct.
Okay.
Our policy does not preclude someone from coming back again within the year. Council would have to make that change
Right.
with the policy.
Okay. Ms. Gertman, did you want to?
I just wanted to ask, what did we approve last time?
The
That
dollar
was-
amount,
Yes.
1,500.
I guess, and I supported this one last year by myself, even though the county came on later. And this is an event that they've had. I've been going to it probably 8, 9, 10 years. And this one's held in an individual's home, as it usually is for this type of thing. The people that are involved in it are all good friends of most of us. And it's a great, worthy cause. I just have questions on it, but I mean, if somebody wants to, Mr. Johnson wants to sponsor it.
I agree with you on that. I mean, we didn't put that in there, but our goal was to hand out to more people and not hand out so much. And we could have people that start coming 2, 3, 4 times a year. And I think that one time a year should be enough that we support an organization.
Because we know they're going to come back for the fur ball, which is the big one.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that'd be next, if that's December, it'd be next calendar year.
Right.
But that's, or next, excuse me, next fiscal year.
But this other one was already in this one would be in this calendar year for us as well.
That is correct.
As well as the fur ball. So we have 2 in this calendar year if we approve this one.
Excuse me, fiscal year, though.
You're correct.
It'd be next fiscal year,
Fiscal.
but I think we ought to take and limit it to one time a year and let them pick out which one that these different people that may want to put in for.
Ms. Gertman?
I would also agree with one contribution during the fiscal year.
So this would put 2 in this fiscal year, which would be, okay. Ms. Post?
So can we also do some sort of caveat to where we're notifying the sponsorship people that this is now policy, that they will get one shot at the apple, so they need to choose wisely?
I think this is the first time it's come up, but we should be
But I
part
think-
of a condition that we have as policy.
Don't we
Might-
send out a letter saying $1,500 is the limit
Might-
for you? Well,
He's got to answer.
Yes,
I thought-
Mr. Chair, what we could do if it's.
so I was still speaking, but.
Sorry.
You know,
Just wait a minute, Mike, go ahead.
It'd be council's pleasure on this, but it's a discretionary act of council to fund these events. We could update your policy, which is posted on a website, and those groups which have been in contact with Brian, we can notify them of the change. We could bring back the updated policy just for you to see at the next meeting. But regardless of whether that language is in your current policy or not, you can limit it today just to one event.
Mr. Chair, may I ask you something?
I've got Ben.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
you know,
Well, no, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Okay. No, I was just wondering, okay, so I'm looking at the next page and it's talking about all the organizations. Okay, so where does it end, like with Daytona State College? We've got several different functions within the State College. We've got the Center for Women and Men. They asked for money for that, and then for the foundation event. That's all the same organization.
Is it? Because it's held there.
Their foundation,
The foundation is separate from
the college, correct?
the college.
Okay. So then the Center for Women and Men would be one. So we don't have anything else that Daytona asks for?
Going
It's
from
not on
memory, I
that
don't think
list, but
so.
it seems like there's something else that we do.
I don't recall, Ms. Willer. But this is the first time that this has come up.
Ms. Gertman, because
Yeah, I would
You
think
do.
it would be based on your 501c3, and an organization could have a foundation and be affiliated with more than one 501c3. So I think that's what I would suggest, that we limit it to whatever that criteria, 501c3 and 4, whatever that documented entity is, could only receive it once per fiscal year.
okay, well, let's try to take action on this one, and then we want to discuss. Ben?
just for thought, and I don't know whether we said $1,500 a year. I got no problem if say they want to go $750 and $750 in the future, but it's $1,500 a year for the organization. If they'd like our name on it 2 times during the year, just remember to ask us 2 different times, and for a smaller number, that we're going to max it at $1,500.
Okay, well, that can all be for further discussion. Ms. Post?
Well, I had further discussion.
No, okay, well, let's try to see, do we want to approve this, or do we want to reject this one? And then we can still continue discussing this, or put it on an agenda, or do. There's no motion. Is there a motion to sponsor the Halifax Humane Society for $1,000? Is there a motion to sponsor the $1,000? Third time going. Is there a motion to sponsor? Hearing no motion, the request dies for lack of a motion.
I'll let them know.
Pardon?
I will let them know.
Let them know, and you can, I think if you let them know that part of our decision was based upon the fact that this was the second request during a fiscal year period.
Okay.
Okay, and then Ms. Post.
Well, I was just going to say, Mike, Mike or whoever, Mike, can we get some sort of specific language that goes out to our sponsors that says, I know that we had talked before about telling them specifically
Well,
the
when they
1,500 amount, but, so this new caveat, if we could just notify them so that they're aware.
When
And
they
then,
go
is there anything on the website at all that gives the guidelines for sponsorships?
Yes,
And can you
ma'am.
adjust that as well?
When they submit their sponsorship request, I send the sponsorship request form to them with the policy also. So we'll update the
So we'll update.
policy and send that to them at that time.
And is there something on the website that
Yes,
shows
there
the
is.
guidelines? So,
Mhm.
okay, and so we're gonna update that?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I think Mr. Dyer said that he could post that on the website. Does that need official vote action by us at some point?
I think you can give the direction today. If you feel, I can bring it, Brian and I can bring it back to you on the next meeting agenda.
Okay, I think
with
the
updated
direction is
language.
that there can be one request per fiscal year.
And I've heard two discussions on that, either one request or a total of not to exceed 15.
Just do one request for 1,500. If they could be separate 501c3s, and they are. The college may or may not be separate. The foundation is separate from the college.
I was in particular talking about this one. Had they just asked for 750 and we had only given them 750 at the last event, it still would have been 1,500.
Right.
So
Well,
he's saying maximum of $1,500.
Right,
Yeah, per organization.
correct. Well, we'd already established it was $1,500 was what the maximum request. What we're doing now is saying you can only do it during one request during a fiscal year.
That's not what I was saying. I was not saying just one request. If that same organization, whomever it might be, has two different events, they can ask for 750 per event. As long as their organization does not ask for more than 1,500. Am I correct? Is that what everybody else is understanding? So, yeah. So,
If that's what y'all want to do, that's fine.
We'll make it work.
1,500 maximum.
But we need to make that clear to the sponsors so that
Yes.
they fully understand. Yeah.
Oh, jeez. I mean,
Dylan,
I thought we were doing good, getting it down from 2,500 to 1,500, and now we're having to decide, or how about we can do 1,100s? We're not going, anyway, it keeps us from having to go, because we're not going to get to go, you're not going to go to them anyway, but that's okay. Okay, sorry to bring that up, and I do support our furry animals, and those that need a home, we certainly support them. Kevin, I'm reading this right, you're up.
Kevin Captain, Interim Community Information Director. I have one new event, and I'll give you a few reminders on the last one. So 7 months ago in June of last year, we had the ribbon cutting for the Hope Place Library. And coming up on Valentine's Day, we have the Hope Place Playground. So it's a new playground that'll offer residents and library patrons the new opportunity to enjoy the amusements. We have 2 basketball hoops, some picnic tables, and a small overhead shelter. And that's the new event, again, on Valentine's Day. We're going to run through a quick reminder of 4 events. The water quality update this Saturday in Edgewater, the Wildlife Festival at the Lyona Environmental Center, the Daytona Beach Half Marathon, which is both Saturday and Sunday of this upcoming weekend, and the State of the County Address, which is Tuesday the 11th at noon, or a little bit lunchtime at the Ocean Center. And that concludes the events.
The doors open at
Questions?
11:30 for the...
30,
right.
and it's yes. And we'll have your talking points. Any questions?
Any questions? Okay, now we need nominations from District 4, and make note that Lucy Jackman has removed her application on this. Ms. Post, if you were going to appoint someone, or you obviously can wait.
Lucy has? Yes. Okay, well,
Have
that
a
makes
letter
it easy.
for her request.
So there's only one application? Correct. Okay, well then I will move to appoint Robert Bernetti to the Halifax Area Advertising Authority.
Okay, Robert Benetti has been appointed to the Halifax Area Advertising Authority, known as the HA Board. Any objection to that? Hearing none, consider it done. We'll move to item 18, which is the appointment to the Volusia County Educational Facilities Authority. And any member can make this. We have an incumbent and we have one that's already serving on the board. I would nominate Donald O. Travis to serve on the Volusia County Educational Facilities Authority. Does anyone else want to? Any objection to that appointment? Hearing none, that appointment will stand. Donald O. Travis will serve on the Volusia County Educational Facilities Authority for the 5-year term commencing March 2nd. Okay, now we can break for lunch at any scheduled time and come back and discuss items not on the matter of the agenda, and that would be George. Wow, we got through this much faster than I thought. Oops. Wait a minute, I skipped it. John Nicholson, anything that's on your mind, I will not interrupt you.
John Nicholson, 413 North Grandview Avenue, Beachside. I want to thank you guys for having First Step Shelter come before you. I've mentioned to you that it is your responsibility, since you are putting in a great deal of money to oversight. Now that it's opened, there's less oversight that's going to be needed from you and from the city of Daytona Beach. They've got the ball, they're running with it, and I think they're going to handle it quite well. But I don't want you to let your guard down. If anything should happen in the future, please keep tabs of where you spend your money and what's going on. One of the possibilities is the safety zone. Okay, that's been going on for 2 years. The discussion, I go to the meetings, and they talk about it, they drop it, they talk about it, they drop it. And thank God Roseanne came up and said, enough. We got to get an answer, and she donated the money. And she doesn't think she should get accolades, but you have no idea what this has done for this First Step Shelter. It has moved them another year ahead, because they would have been dickering with this thing for another year. It's done, it's finished. That was the last major obstacle. Now there are two people that have to okay it, the city of Daytona Beach and you guys. I don't believe you all have a problem with where it's going to be located or what she's going to do. Hopefully the city of Daytona Beach will step back and let her do what she has to do. There's been a problem with Rob Gilliland making a comment on the amount of money. It was nice that she had a presentation of what the other shelters of like quantity cost. Rob is looking back 7 years when we started this and said, oh, we should get it for like $7,000 a person per year. Well, there's a big difference between a slab of concrete and a fence and what is now our First Step Shelter. Huge. One of which is like there are 20 employees or 28 employees in the future. Employees cost money. A slab of cement doesn't cost a dime. All right? So please be aware, and when people talk about this, that you understand it is not the same entity that it was 7 years ago. It has morphed. It's doing more. And so I'm asking you to be conscious of that, so when people discuss this, that you know that it is much more than just a place to sit down and sit out the night. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Now we'll move. George?
Yes, sir. First off, I just want to say the Orange Avenue or Veterans Memorial Bridge, they have finally completed the deck across the river. Yay. So if anyone wants to take that drive, we could arrange that. Still under a lot of construction, as they have the sides and other parts to put on, but they did make that invitation. They hope to have it open to traffic in mid-March. So we're in February now, so you're about 6 weeks away. We'll be talking to them about that schedule and maybe what's better to get the project completed. I just wanted to let everyone know that. The other I did hand out just a quick memo to the council, as I was out of town last week, and I did attend the FAA Commercial Space Conference, along with Ms. Denny's and along with Rick Carl and Heather Schuberg from Team Volusia. While we did attend many speaker meetings and with speakers and other educational parts, I did learn a lot with that, but I really concentrated a lot on the supply chain part of it, because that is where we have that report. In addition to maybe launching rockets, as everyone thinks about, it is the millions of pieces that are in the rockets and satellites, what's on the rocket, where there's a lot of opportunity. And I wanted to find out a lot more about that. And we did divide up, and I know some Ms. Denny's went and visited with some of our elected officials at the federal level, and as did Ms. Schuberg. And we also got the chance to meet with Amazon's corporate officials, as that's located up there in Washington. It was a very good meeting with them to see kind of what we did right, and also they have an interest in Volusia County for further projects, and I think that's very exciting. We just need to continue to work and on these, on making things smooth for when these companies are coming in. So we're on the map, and now that we're on the map, I expect even more interest. I also did want to say, Rick had mentioned it at the end, while we do put a big emphasis on space because of that opportunity and what's happening right now, it's strike while the iron's hot type of thing, we have not shifted focus off of the other areas as he's mentioned. We did quite a lot of discussion with folks about the medical industry and general manufacturing. In fact, yesterday I met with a small manufacturer here in Volusia County, and exactly what Brad said. They make parts and pieces across many industry lines, and they were very interested in aerospace as another area that they would like to get into. So it's that type of thing that where we can help connect up those existing businesses so that they can expand. We talked about expansion and some of the challenges of that, and the challenges of again, finding people. They're having the same type of problem. But these are smaller companies, which I think that are the backbone of what we do, and they're very important. And they're paying with benefits, over $30 an hour in a lot of these manufacturing type positions. So we definitely don't want to lose sight of that, and we won't. But again, it was a very productive week, and I appreciated the opportunity to go. And that's it.
Mike.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of council. I asked Kevin Bledsoe to come down, and I noticed he picked probably the most distant spot possible to come down. But I did send you an email, and I just wanted to recognize Kevin and his team. He was in federal court last week defending one of our corrections officers in a civil case and prevailed. And so did a good work for the county and our corrections officer and our officers that serve in a very difficult position. And he tried the case with Larry Smith, who had started it with him initially, and his paralegal Amy Eford. So I used to work with Kevin before Dan Eckert stole him away and brought him to the county when he did some work for the school district. So I'm honored to work with him and his team again.
Thank you. Kevin Bledsoe, County Attorney's Office. I'll be brief. We represent a corrections officer who was sued for actions that occurred in the course and scope of his employment. It's important that when we believe that the officers didn't do anything wrong, that they get a strong and hands-on defense, particularly when it comes to our law enforcement officers and our corrections officers that sometimes get sued individually. And that's what happened in this case. We work closely with the Department of Corrections staff and Dr. Flowers' staff. They were very helpful. I and our employee are very fortunate to work with some very strong attorneys in our office and support staff, and certainly appreciate all their efforts in getting us this good result. Thank you.
And Again, lastly, as an update on the transition, at the last meeting, you approved the memorandum of agreement with the Supervisor of Elections Office. We're meeting with the property appraisers next week. We provided a draft for him to review, and we hope to bring that and an agreement with the Sheriff's Office to you in the near future. Thank you.
We'll go to council comments. Ms. Denny's, you get to start off.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to say much more other than what the manager said about our trip to DC, which was very effective. But the week before that, I represented you in Tallahassee at Florida Space Days and continued to make those connections. And Volusia for sure is at the table and being recognized at the table. So we'll continue that good work. Want to ask on Volusia Forever and Echo. That's probably the second most question that I get asked in community concerned citizens about. They want to see us talk about it. We talked about a workshop. I know in our workshop, we talked about doing a dual workshop with their boards.
Yeah, we're prepared. We have the information ready to have a workshop as early as the next meeting. I'm assuming, where are we as far as with the ECHO board? Yeah.
But there is no Volusia Forever board, correct?
But we've been working on that too.
Okay.
Hunting them down.
Sure. Donna Butler, Community Service Director, and Clay Irvin's with me too. So we had an internal group meeting. The ECHO board created a work group that actually met Monday to come up with a list of talking points.
Okay.
Our plan is to have 3 of them then sit at a table with you. We're trying to gather as many people from the former Forever group. It's been 10 years-ish since they've last met. So Doug Weaver's involved, and we've gone through the whole list and trying to find those that are still around and interested. They're coming together to have a meeting to do the same type of thing, and they'll have a few people to sit at the table. So our intention at this point, if the agenda works well with the manager and you all, to do it on February 18th. We're ready to go. So that's how we're hoping to work for it. Actually, as soon as this meeting's over, we're meeting to discuss it with.
That's right.
So there's a path forward. There's motion. That's great.
Yep.
And the other thing with this, it expires, ECHO and Volusia Forever expires the end of 2020, correct, this year?
Yes.
Correct. So the consideration is whether or not we put that ballot language back on the ballot to let the citizens decide. But to that end, I've had talks with even some members of the ECHO board and within that particular group and community. They want to see it pass, obviously. They would like to encourage us to place it on the ballot. Understanding what we just went through with the half-cent sales tax, there's intrepidation, fair enough. So would we consider, since we now have an internal auditor, maybe the first thing we take a look at is ECHO and Volusia Forever, and do an internal audit on those 2 accounts, and when we can come back and show complete, I'm not concerned at all, but show the report and the transparency and the audit of those 2 accounts, then council can feel comfortable with a very strong suggestion of placing them back on the ballot. But I think we owe it to our citizens, especially now that we have an internal auditor, and if we're going to consider asking to vote on those 2 issues again, I think the timing on this is perfect.
I see no problem with that, but I do think it should become a motion because he's supposed to operate, of course, with a plan.
Sure.
This could be plan number 1 from the council and myself, and I'm in agreement with it. If I have a majority here, then I can task him to take a look at those 2 programs immediately.
Well, I'm going to make a motion then that we direct
The manager.
the manager to direct the internal auditor to do an audit of ECHO and Volusia Forever and report back to the council on all findings as soon as reasonably possible because of the ballot language the council may consider.
That's a good motion because it's 20 years of information to go through, but
That's what I was just thinking.
we do have all the files ready to go on both sides
Yeah.
of both purchase and expenditures going
Well,
forward.
Can't hear you.
I'm assuming you have, that's like
Yeah.
redundancy. I'm assuming that exists. Don't tell me you have to look for it, because then we're good,
Thank
then
you.
I'm really
Hold on.
gonna.
No, she's worried about the timing of it, but I can,
Understand.
Internal auditor.
We said we've got till
Thanks.
August 1st for the ballot,
Yeah,
so
well,
it's
okay.
not to worry on that. There's a motion by Ms. Denny's, second by Wheeler. Discussion, Ms. Gertman.
Oh, I was gonna second,
Oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, but, I guess what I would say is, then do we want that data before scheduling the workshop? No.
yeah, I would say not. I think you need to go forth and to have the discussion on the workshop. This would be similar to what we had to do with Opaga, because there could be an outcome that you weren't gonna go in that direction, and that would, could change what he's doing. But I think to get him on notice and get going is important, and, but I think you need to also have that discussion, and I think that's very important as well. And, so certainly the information about when the audit's complete would be useful information for those trying to make a decision out in the public. So I don't think you can wait for one to be complete, but I think that if the decision's made to put it on the ballot, he'll already be off and running, on the audit.
Okay, Ms. Post.
And so we didn't actually say publicly, but you mentioned the Volusia Forever Advisory Committee coming back and chatting. And I'm looking at the notice from the county. They're still meeting 1 to 3 p.m. this Thursday in the training room downstairs. So if anyone out there is interested in discussing Volusia Forever, that would be the opportunity to do so.
Correct. And we've asked them to talk about any programmatic changes.
Can you get close to the microphone?
I apologize, sure.
That's okay.
We've asked them to talk about whatever kind of programmatic changes they might recommend, if there's a different way that they want either of the programs to, just to have talking points to start a discussion with you all on the 18th. And then if it's your direction, then to go out into the community and discuss the joint talking points.
Well, that was one of my concerns, because I heard us mention when we talked about this that we might want to revise or relook at some of the language or some of the conditions and so forth set forth, that we need to get those in line before we would put it out. And then one other question I thought was, maybe after we have a workshop or 2 workshops, that there would be public meetings where it could go. I mean, I think that would be very important. That
For
would be,
direction, we're happy to help coordinate that with the groups in the community.
okay. Anything else? Okay. That's what I'm saying. Any other discussion? Any objection to the motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimous.
Great. Just one other question that I have to ask, because I've been asked so many times. I really don't want to bring it up, but I have to. And regarding the package, the termination with Jamie Seaman. It's been suggested that perhaps, since she had intended to retire in April anyway, that we would have better served her had we paid her through the end of April.
Charles Hargrove, Deputy County Attorney. Her termination was based on information that she provided us about how she wanted to have her retirement. First, from her last day in the office until, I think, March 12th, which is really her official retirement date as announced, she was already in a retirement program to begin with. So her departure did not impact any of her retirement benefits or plan. As a matter of fact, much of her retirement benefit is put in a state retirement trust where it earns interest. Next, during this period between when she left, which is the 31st, I think, of January, and March 12th, which is officially, I guess, her last date where she's no longer considered an employee of the county, she is on paid leave. In that regard, the recoupment of the overpayment that was the issue that popped up will be completely recovered by the county. There is no, I'm not aware of any forgiveness of any debt or any amount from the information that's been provided to me or for what I've seen. She had a severance package that allows her and covers her all the way up until and through May. So I'm not aware of any deprivation with respect to her retirement benefits or to any income.
So,
Just to clarify, I think through the end of April.
I'm sorry, through the end of April,
Yeah.
excuse me. Yeah.
okay, so there was no $9,000 that we wrote off?
No. I don't know where that came from. I mean, I was in the room and we prepared the document with her, and I don't know any other party was present on that issue except Mike and I. We looked at it and we worked with HR, but the important thing for us was to make sure that any outstanding amount was recovered before March 12th.
There's so much misinformation that's been put out there, and it's, I don't understand what the reasoning for that would be, and it's really unfortunate for all parties involved. So technically, Ms. Seaman is being paid till the end of April. Is that true?
She's being paid all the way through April, and with the severance payment that gets her over, she would have that money available through the end of April.
So okay.
She's covered.
So she's covered. We didn't write off 9,000. The county was made whole. It was a contract agreed to by all parties. Oh, okay.
That's correct.
Correct.
All legal.
Yeah, it was a voluntary resignation. It was not, you know, these are the points that I talk about with respect to the retirement date, with respect to the leave, with respect to the severance. Those are all things that Ms. Seaman considered and agreed to.
Wow.
Okay.
That's all. Okay,
Yeah,
I'm done.
You're
Thank
good.
you.
I thought you were.
I'm done.
You're done. Ms. Gertman.
Thank you, Chair. On the 28th of January, I took the tour, the Echo tour with the committee and the staff, and spent the entire day, and it was a good experience. At the end of that is where I asked the committee to bring back to us any recommendations and feedback that they would have, because I felt like in our workshop is something that we need to consider. And it's been 20 years, so we definitely want to have that information available. So I was really pleased to be able to spend that time. I'm told it may not have happened prior to have any council there, but it was a really good experience and good to spend the time that way. And for me to really get a better understanding of what we're doing and how we've been doing it. So I'm glad to see we're moving forward with that and for that information to be presented at the next workshop. Last week I also attended the Engine 32 dedication with our first responders at the firehouse, which was also a fun experience, and got to ride in the truck. So, like I said,
You got to ride. We had to push it.
I got to ride in the truck.
We had to push it.
Well, first we pushed, then
Oh,
we
okay.
ride. Right? So it's been a busy week or two, even though I wasn't feeling the greatest. Also attended the Government Alliance for Race and Equity workshop, and I was impressed to see probably 80% of that room were county staff, and they were participating and engaged, so that was certainly a good opportunity as well. Attended the West Volusia Summit here recently, and one of the conversations was again around Sunrail, and a conversation about how Sunrail could service more of West Volusia and what those opportunities would look like. DeBerry did a great presentation showing all the development that's coming in and around their site, and again, to look at how West Volusia can move forward and use what resources are available to move West Volusia forward in a positive way. I was pleased that Deltona and other areas were part of that discussion. And lastly, I wanted to congratulate Team Volusia on their award and recognition by Daytona Chamber, but also Ms. Heather Sherbert especially. We spent some time with a production company that did some filming in the area, and I want to congratulate her on all those efforts, with Team Volusia being our Volusia County Film Commission, and just looking for future opportunities to bring film production and similar opportunities to the area. So I think positive things are happening, and I certainly thank Heather for including me in that opportunity. So thanks so much.
Thank you. Ms. Post.
Tad,
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh,
Mr.
okay.
Johnson.
Never mind.
Nothing? Now Ms. Post. He said he's done. You have no comments. All right.
All right, Tad, I'm glad to see you in the room. If you could give us an update on the High Banks Bridge, that would be fantastic. I've had a lot of people asking about that.
On what?
High Banks? Or High Bridge?
High Bridge.
Yeah, sorry.
Okay.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yes, yes. We had some issues with FEMA. We had put forward an alternate design plan in which we would use concrete, aluminum, and fake wood, so to speak. Instead of putting back a wood pier that would be more resistant to storm damage in the future. And we'd gotten back, note that they had approved it. Well, when we got the actual paperwork back from them, they had approved that, but not all of the budget necessary to construct all of that. So at this point, what we're doing is we're going with a hybrid system in which we would be using the concrete piles and then potentially the aluminum support structure, and then wood on top of that, or the aluminum portion may need to be changed back to wood, but we're going through that effort right now. So unfortunately, due to miscommunication, misunderstanding with FEMA as to what was being approved, we are back trying to figure out what we can build for the amount of budget they have approved, which is higher than the original wood cost.
Do we have an estimated timeline?
I do not.
At this point?
I'm waiting on the contractor to work with his design team. It's a design-build contract, so he's working with his design-build engineer to figure out what that cost, what we can do for that cost.
Okay. So as soon as we figure that out, if you could let me know, I'll shoot it
Yes,
out.
ma'am. I expect to have the timeline no later than Friday, so.
Okay, great.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yes. And I did respond to the email.
Yes, thank you. Just got back from a trip to Tallahassee as well. Very beneficial. Met with the governor, the Secretary of Transportation, Secretary of Emergency Management, Secretary of Environmental Protection, and our resiliency officer again. This was during Florida Association of Counties Legislative Day. Also had an interesting opportunity to meet or to attend. It was Children's Week, so they had a teen town hall, and so you had teens from all over Florida that converged in the governor's meeting room and got to discuss issues that were of importance to them and spoke with panelists. And so it was very interesting to hear from, that age level, what is really, really important to them. And so I'm bringing some of that information back. And I'll also say it was mostly Pace Center for girls, and YMCA government affiliates that showed up. So that was very, very beneficial to me, and I greatly enjoyed that. I would love to see more participation from our county next year, so I'm going to work on that as well. I also wanted to bring up last October, November last fall, we had Stryker company come to Volusia County, and they suggested, or they offered, to provide the, council approved before to, over the next 5 years, to change out the gurneys in the ambulance systems to make them the automated gurneys. And you were in that washdown ceremony with the ambulance, so you probably got to push the button and see, oh my goodness, how much easier that is than toting a 400-pound person and lifting them up on a gurney and doing those things. You literally just push a button and make that happen. But council had advised that we would, over the next 5 years, that we would be doing this changeover. And but Stryker came and offered last fall to provide us with a contract to stay at that level of expense for the next 5 years if we went into contract with them. And so what I'm bringing up is actually twofold. Number one, I would love, I believe that Stryker is willing to come back and now provide us, of course, with the 2020 pay version, but certainly using less taxpayer dollars for the same services and products is a better idea than paying the increase over a 5-year period if we were to go into contract with them. But it's my understanding that the reason we didn't go into contract with them and the reason that it stopped in finance was because of the past directive from council to stay at go to zero. So on two folds, I would like to see the conversation with Stryker brought back, and then I'd also like to maybe have discussion with council about, why does my mic keep going off? Maybe have discussion with council about that directive, and seeing what we can do to alleviate that.
Have we had a request from emergency operations?
Well,
look at this, or is this?
As Ms. Post said, it's in the budget, in their long-range plan, in over a 5-year period of replacing them all, so that you don't necessarily have to replace them all at once. This is usually, it's a big expense. It's well over $1 million when you do that. I don't know. As far, I think when the discussion has occurred, they're talking about a lease basically over that period of time. And in the past, we have found that we can normally, if the direction is to buy them all at once, we would compare that with just borrowing the money, because at the end of the day, we usually can beat the interest rate quite handily from a lease. Most leases are much higher interest rate. So, but either way, lease or borrowing, you know, it would be debt. So if that's, like I say, if the direction is to go that way, we can certainly look at it for this upcoming budget in this year. We can move on. I don't know off the top of my head with how many were in this year's budget, but my guess would be 1/5 of them. So we can find out what that cost, and we can go from there. But like I say, we haven't leased equipment in a long time because of the fact that more of the interest rate, but it does show as debt. So there is no no way around that if that's important or not. But I just need to make that clear.
Part of the question I didn't understand was, you said we're paying more for less.
Right, so if our intent, which we've stated, is to buy this many over the course of 5 years, and my understanding as well is that it's at no interest. So that's definitely something that I would want to discuss.
I haven't heard it either.
So this is why I'd love to bring it back for discussion. But the end point is, if we are paying, if our intent is to buy this many over the course of 5 years, instead of paying individually at each year's increased price, why not in fact go into the contract with Stryker to stay at this level price for the full 5 years, because it's my understanding that that's what they're offering.
Well, I think we all need to have an understanding, but it sounds like you've been getting information that not available to us.
Which is exactly why I'd love to bring it back for discussion.
Well, if you want to look at it and explore for the budget for 2020, 21, I'll be happy to look. I'd say look at it then.
So the budgets are already laid out. We're already expecting to.
No, the budget for 2021 is not laid out.
Well, our intent is to do this every year for the next 5 years. If that is our intent, then why not do it at a lesser cost, was my point. And we're not willing to go into the contract because that would put us into a liability.
Why don't you let
If we can
myself
save
and
money.
my staff take a look at this, get some information about it. I know in 14 and 15 and 16 we bought stretchers too, so it's about, and I don't know the life cycle of a stretcher, so all that's going to have to get taken into consideration. We'll look at like we did before when we bought quite a few power stretchers for the EMS back then. So I need to find out exactly the status. Well, but I would think it would be best if we do the research and find out exactly, and then we can bring it back to you.
Right. Yeah, I kind of find it unusual that a supplier or a vendor is providing council members information, which is kind of in the weeds, and I guess they were lobbying you or talking to you or somebody. Or, I mean, not they can, I guess, but
No one is lobbying me, Ed. I would like this brought back for discussion, and
George said he would look
I'm
into
trying to
it.
save the taxpayers' money, so I would like this brought back for discussion. This was brought to my attention. I'm not having meetings with Stryker. I'm not doing anything unethical, Ed. I would like this brought back for discussion because I'm looking at saving the taxpayers' money.
Well,
Not very
I think we all are interested
hard.
in saving
Yes,
taxpayers' money.
so let's do it.
But we don't have the information to make that, and George said he'd bring it to us.
I'll bring it
Yes,
back if
that's
that's
what
the
I'm
will.
asking.
I have
Thank
no
you.
problem, but I need to get informed on it, so I would appreciate letting me put that presentation together.
Okay.
All righty doody. Okay. We talked about the ECHO and the Volusia Forever projects, and I just want to say that I looked over the listing of those projects that we've actually that have actually come to fruition from those programs, and they're pretty phenomenal. They're available. They're available online, I believe, still through the county, and you can see the projects that have come through. So I would strongly suggest anyone that is interested or has heard about ECHO or heard about Volusia Forever that you actually look at the listing of the projects that have come to fruition because of those programs. And without those programs, they would not have happened. So, and the last thing I have, I'm sure you're all you know this coming. So on Friday, I sent a memo to everyone on the council in regards to a situation that I want to ensure that as policymakers, we note any frivolous expenditure of taxpayer monies. And it came to my attention that as part of Jamie Siemens leaving, it came to the forefront that in December of 2018 was when she was paid her overpayment. December of 2018 was also when she was provided with an $11,000 a year raise. That raise, so I asked HR for information on that. That raise was done through a personnel action form, and it showed under the authority of Dan Eckert and Tom Oates, who's both of them, their last day was on Friday. I would have loved to have asked them about the raise. it seems to me that we should be concerned when a director provides a raise to someone under their employment within the same 2-week time frame that they're having to pay back $33,000. And we are basically providing them a raise then that is somewhat equivocal to the $33,000. That didn't set right with me, so I sent the memo to everyone on council, and I asked, and Deb, I know that you had asked just a few minutes ago, even though you saw the memo, that the very first job of the auditor to look at Volusia Forever and Echo, but I had asked on Friday if we could discuss today for the very first job for the internal auditor to look into any instances like that, because certainly it's our job as policymakers to create policy and put measures into place where discriminatory practices like this can't be done anymore. It's beyond me how a director can point to someone within their division and just say, you know, I think today I'm going to give you an $11,000 raise, and it happens. And my question to HR would be, you know, I would imagine, and I'm very positive, that there has been some repayments done in the last 10 years where you've had employees, you know, for $200 or however much, $33,200, whatever it is, somewhere in the middle, that there have been several other employees where mistakes have happened. That's normal in county government, and then they've had to repay that. What I'd like to know is, so for the guy that makes $14 an hour, did we give that guy a raise to compensate for the repayment? Because that bothers me. So what I would like to see happen, apparently we can't do anything about that past incident, because from what I understand, Dan's gone, Tom Motes is gone, and Donna DePeister are gone, and I'm being told that they're the only 3 that are in that realm of responsibility. So what I would ask of council is 2 things again, is that the very first job that the internal auditor do is to look into any other instances like this where a director has provided for I think you call it, what do you call it, Dana? Special pay increase. Seeing as how, and I received a response from, as part of our community media section. Apparently there's been lots of questions about this. Somehow my memo got out, which I thought was very interesting, within the first 45 minutes after I sent it. But the reasoning that was given to media was, you know, comparing it to merit pay and saying, well, you know, the salary pay increases are a way of getting out of merit increases, and we don't really give merit increases anymore. And the reason we don't give merit increases anymore is because then you're basically picking one person out of a hat and saying that one person will get the raise, and that's not fair. But it seems to me that this is exactly what has happened. So number one, I would like for the internal auditor to have his first job be that, and to check and double check in every division and make sure that we're not handing out raises. You know, in our last workshop, I asked for raises for Volusia County employees, and how can I look in the face of other Volusia County employees when we're giving out raises to people that make above $150,000 a year and not the lower levels? So not okay. The second thing is I would like council to come back and provide actual policy and direction, put something into place, whatever we need to do, whatever we need to tell HR, whatever we need to tell directors, whatever we need to do that puts it official, Mike, that this doesn't happen again.
If there's anything that was wrong that was done there, I certainly want to know about it as well. I think we're looking at a difference between people that we employ as a council and directors that are employed by the manager. The manager and the attorney operate under a separate system, and they have a budget, and they're allowed the freedom to use that budget the way they do. So whether if there's anything wrong with it, if there's anything that was done illegal about it, then I certainly want to know about it. But the union employees and the employees on salary negotiations are certainly different. It sounds like to me on this one, and I guess we can get the exact information, but that, because I'd wanted it as well, is that the salary compression, or the fact that Mike was hired and was going to be hired at the same salary as the person that was going to be his supervisor, which is kind of the same case that we bump up against with salary compression in other areas, and that you would want the person that you would want the person that's going to be supervising that person to be making more. I agree that on one hand it looks like, okay, you're giving a raise to pay back the $34,000, but that in fact was or wasn't the case. The fact is, the attorney, from what I've been told by legal, the attorney has the right to pay what he wants to pay. I think other departments have done the same. I think the sheriff office has done some of that. They've paid more for some than maybe what it is. Where you have a department, you have salary ranges, and within those salary ranges in management, those ranges, if you get somebody new from the outside, you have the flexibility to hire a person within that range. And that part, I think, works. I don't know that we've had any things that have deviated from that. If we did, I think George would know about it, if there's been any deviations on that. But when it's the attorney and the manager, for example, if George has a budget and we approve the people he hires, we do not approve the people that Mike Dyer or Dan would have hired. I don't think we have to approve that. So, George,
may I make a suggestion?
Yes.
I think the problem here is the association of the raise with the payback. So why don't we deal with the individual situation of, we can come back with a suggested change, and that until someone pays us back, they can receive no special raises. They could receive a cost of living or whatever the general employees get. However, they cannot receive a special raise for merit or anything during that period of time while the money's owed, because that's really where the question is here. It's not
that's
about.
the part that got me.
Let me say, so someone's given a repayment, within 2 weeks, they get a raise for basically the same amount of the repayment. The reason that I've been given for the special salary increase, which is most of the time, is that a director, Dan, you, would have the ability to provide for an increase, say if that person was going out and looking for employment elsewhere and you really desperately wanted to keep them, and so you're going to give them a short raise. Totally get that. That is very obviously not the case here. I can guarantee you that Jamie Seaman was not out looking for another job in less than a year before she was expecting to retire. And and if someone thought that and was wanting to pay her additional monies to keep her in the last year of retirement, then we have a serious issue. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, it probably is a duck.
That's why I think if it's the case, like I just spelled out, would prevent that from happening.
But I don't think it's not attached to repayment in any way. Those are two separate issues. It is the point of someone being able to point to someone within a division. And if you're saying, Ed, by the way, so just to interject, if you're saying that Dan had the right to do that with any of the employees, then, perhaps we should first look at the legal division. But it's not a matter of repayment. It's a matter of any director being able to point to anyone within their division and do that without any oversight or accountability. And I don't think that's appropriate. I get the special salary increase for that one instance, and maybe there might be a couple other instances. This was not the case. And I've heard over and over and over that it's legal. I get it. They've moved on. Totally get it. But highly inappropriate, and we need to make sure that it never happens again. And again, it's hard for me to look in the face of other county employees when we're handing out money to people that make over $160,000, $170,000 a year and making these allowances for them.
Okay. What I think George suggested is something that I would support, and that is that if anyone owes us money, any employee owes money, they will not be given any raises to pay for that. And that's what the appearance of it was, right? That was the appearance.
Oh my God, do we need a policy for that? Are you serious?
Well, sure, of course we would have to have a
We need a policy to say that if, are you serious? That if
Serious.
someone
That's what you wanted to
overpays
correct.
us,
You
then
wanted to
we're not going
correct
to
it.
turn right around in the same week and give them a pay increase for the same amount?
That's what you wanted to correct. I'm trying to correct it. That's what you asked for. They can give the raise, but if they
May
owe
I
money.
just
This should
ask
have nothing
something?
to do with repayments. I'm talking about a director being able to point to someone and hand them an $11,000 raise when no one else is getting the same raises.
May I just ask something out of legal? Did they have the authority to give what they said was a raise because they took on a new employee that was brought in at the same pay as her, correct? Do they have the authority to do that? Did Dan?
Sure. Well, you have two questions there.
Okay.
And I'll ask Mr. Hargrove to jump in if he has other facts or different viewpoint, but I can't speak to the circumstances of salary before I started.
Right.
But I started in January of last year. But with the general question on, you have personnel rules called merit rules that are in your ordinances, and you can amend them at any time by two-thirds vote under your charter. And in that, in those rules, it does authorize a department or division head to request a pay adjustment. In addition, it would be possibly in addition to any merit increase. But the merit increase in that additional pay adjustment, which has been referred to as a special pay adjustment, that's how it's coded in the payroll system, that total adjustment cannot exceed 10% in any budget year. That adjustment must also be approved by the HR director. So what I understood Mr. Reckenwald to suggest, whether it be through an ordinance amendment or a directive that he give the HR director, is that no adjustment be granted to an employee if there's an outstanding sum of money to be owed to the county during that period. And Mr. Reckenwald can correct me if I'm wrong, but that's what I understood.
Well, that's correct. I mean, I would not allow that, which, now it's been brought to my attention, but you're right.
But it
to
wasn't
answer
maybe
Ms. Post's
ethical
question,
looking.
you don't have to do an ordinance because I wouldn't do it, but I'm suggesting if you feel comfortable, to make you feel more comfortable, you can change that part of the ordinance to put it with the associated with people owing money. But the reason that's in there to have that kind of discretion is for the other instances that were cited, that we need at times the flexibility to compete and fix compression issues, and that's exactly what I'd like to continue to do. As far as this particular instance, I agree that that it does not look good, and they're not here to answer that question. And at the end of the day, I can say, well, I would not approve that, anything to do with money, being owed money. That's just, I think the timing was terrible. But, the other point that gets into there, though, I mean, if you're paying it over a while, and a compression situation occurs in the future with that ordinance, well, that person will be left behind. I guess that's because they owed money. But I don't think that we should throw out, all of that flexibility if you want to be able to compete. You know, you're going to, with Amendment 10 coming through here, you're going to have all the constitutional officers will be able to pretty much pay what they want to do. And so it'll be kind of the same idea. They have a budget and they'll have to live with it, and they'll have to be able to, you know, they'll pay the way they see fit with their management staff and with their employees.
What I want to ask is, so that was within the 10% that he was allowed to do, correct? I'm just clearing up that part.
Yes.
Yes.
Charles Harco, Deputy
Okay.
County Attorney. Yes, it was.
Okay, so that part is clear. It's the ethical part. So my thought is, I think the manager and our attorney should have that right to fall within that discrepancy, that they can increase those if they see need. But I do think we need to include, if there's a debt, do we have anybody else that's falling into this large sum that they owe back?
No.
No, from what we've gathered so far, there's no indication that that's been done before. I think I've not been aware of, since my tenure here, that there was a pay increase to help cover an overpayment.
Yeah. That was, you're saying you did not understand it to be that it was to pay, right? Is that what you're saying? Is that what you just said?
What I'm saying is that I'm not aware of any policy where if there's an overpayment made, the employee is given a pay raise to compensate for the overpayment.
Right. Okay, I think we might need to look at a policy that would say if you're owing money, that you should not be entitled to a raise.
May I say those?
Until it's paid.
So
Let's
I think about time I get to talk, I've had my number up here for a while.
Yeah, I know, and I'm waiting to, Ben?
All right, to start with, I think I can speak on some of this as being a former administrator in this county. We are a policy group. We cannot get down in the weeds of how people act and what they do in reference to the county and their division. That is why we went to the charter form of government, went to the county manager system. Right, wrong, or indifferent, this happened. It's done. There was nothing illegal about it. Maybe people don't like it or do like it. It doesn't matter. The county manager came up with a plan that was very good. If they owe money, they don't get any special raises whatsoever. We have to be able to have our people in these positions that can act to keep us in the market. You could have Kevin Bledsoe walking here tomorrow, which we just saw him up here, and he saved the county God only knows how much money, and some big firm walks up to him and says, hey, I'm going to outpay you, and we got to be able to have that ability to counter that. Now, if we get too deep into this, what we have done is taken away our administrators' ability to do their job. Now, this is something we saw. It's come up. It's done. Now, there's been a simple resolution to it, and it's time for it to go to bed.
Okay. Morgan's knocking on your door. So,
please don't give him any ideas.
No,
Thank you.
He's after winning the case he just won. But I'm trying to get to the answer to your question, Ms. Post, on what you exactly want. And I understand it's a two-part question.
What I specifically requested, and what I'm saying is it has nothing to do with the repayment. I'm saying it was inappropriate to provide a raise to someone, which was very obviously not to keep them from going to another agency. So that specifically, the idea that any director, I don't want to get in the weeds either. The point is that but I'll tell you, when they created the charter form of government, I highly doubt that they created it thinking that a director could just go down the hall and point to Clay Irvin and say, you know what, Clay, I think I'm going to give you $11,000 raise. You're good. I highly doubt that that's what Rick, but I highly doubt that that's what anyone intended, and that is what happened in this case, having nothing to do with a repayment. And as policymakers, I'm not wanting to get in the weeds either. I would love to have not even approached this subject, but it came up, and
it is our job to create policies and put measures into place to where we're not wasting taxpayer dollars on things that are inappropriate. And this was definitely that. And I would like to see a policy put into place that keeps, however you word it, that even puts another level of accountability or approval or whatever you need to do to where someone else is in the mix, to where someone just can't specifically go to Tom Motes, even though he's not here anymore. I'm sure Dana wouldn't do this, but we'll see, you know. but let's not provide this option. Let's put a policy into place, word it however you want, that makes it not possible for a director to do that. A director should not be able to walk down the hall and just inexplicably decide that they want to give someone an $11,000 a year raise.
Even if it's in his budget, within his budget or purview?
I don't care if it's in his budget or not. It's highly inappropriate.
Okay. 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 Well, let's go ahead and not get a free-for-all on this.
But they didn't have to do that before, Ben. That's my point. There was you didn't have to go through the county manager before. It was Dan straight to Tom Oates. There was only those two. And if you look at the personnel action form, it says discussion and agreement specifically made between these two people. So those two people talked about it, did it, and it's done. And I don't want that to happen again, because that's not appropriate.
Yeah.
It should go through someone.
Well, but maybe it doesn't have to go. It didn't go through because it's the attorney in his budget would not have to be approval of the county manager, right, George? Mike, the county manager does not have to approve the budget of the attorney or any change, any operation in that. It's not up to the county manager. By charter.
By your personnel rules,
right?
Any county employee, if they were to receive the pay adjustment that we've been talking about, would require approval by the human resources manager, even in the county attorney's office, which in this case it was done. The manager can give the HR director reports to the manager, and Mr. Rechtwald can speak to that, but he or she can give directives to the human resources director that would provide an additional layer of approval as needed. And I'll let Mr. Rechtwald speak to that.
Right. I can simply direct, and various times we've had it this way because of financial issues or what have you, that anything like that comes to my office after the human resource director has approved it. Typically what would happen would be the department head would recommend it, and they don't actually get to approve it. They bring it, and then it would work with the human resources director, who would often bring it then to usually the deputy manager in that case, depending on the level of it. So in this particular case, it did not do that, but I can make that directive that, they all come to me, because there's not many of them.
Wouldn't that solve it? That it would come to the
I just
manager?
want another level of accountability to
That's what he's saying.
negate
That's what he's saying.
what occurred. So if that will keep that from
it would
happening
have to
again,
come
then
to-
that's great. That's
Okay.
exactly what we need to be doing.
We solved it.
Great.
It's done.
It's done.
Make that happen.
Awesome.
Okay, good.
And that's it.
Ms. Wheeler.
I really don't have a lot more to say. So many of the things I had wanted to bring up were already discussed, so I'm not going to go waste time on that. I was talking about the Echo, and I wanted to make sure we had that meeting. I was also going to ask about the High Bridge. So one of the things this is just a fun thing. Everybody kind of knows this my thing, but Saturday, 12:30, Racing North Turn. Their Legends race on the beach, so show up, be there, and it's going to be really good because I guess Jim Prance is going to be racing his father's car. I heard that just came in, so that's a really good thing. And also Main Street will be having activities on the 9th through the 11th for the they'll be having interviews with the drivers and everything else. So it's a fun time in Daytona and the area in Volusia County on the east side. So I think that is everything that I was going to discuss, because so much of it was already discussed. I was going to talk about the salary thing, but
If you're not going to talk about it, don't tell us you
Done.
were. I wasn't going to mention this, but
the what?
sorry, I'm just playing
No,
with
I'm
you.
done.
I'm getting punch happy right now. It's been a long day. It's been a good meeting. A lot is accomplished. I think we had some good meeting early this morning. The getting some things put behind us. I met with. I attended a Sunrail meeting last Thursday. I think that was a meeting, wasn't it, Mike? Mike and I were there. We're not sure exactly what happened, but I thought we were taking 2 steps forward and about 15 back. But that's the way they work with us. And it comes from the fact that we've had 3, counting the interim, 3 FDOT, 3 District 5 managers. We're on our 3rd, counting the interim Sunrail director or a CEO in the last 6 or 8 months. So things are not, and then also the 2nd or 3rd different Secretary of Transportation in Tallahassee. And we're trying to arrive at working together on a simple project, and we kind of got sidetracked, but we're still working. The next meeting is April 30th, I think. Yesterday we met with actually Booker and the county manager and I met with the FDOT District 5 Secretary Purdue and several of their people discussing the working relationships that we have, issues that they feel that we feel that we need to work on. It was a very, very very good meeting, and we came away, I think, with some good insight as far as working on Sunrail and other issues as well. And just one more quick thing, just so people don't confuse anything, there was no discussion by this council on a half-cent sales tax going to Oak Hill. That was not anything we discussed. We have not discussed it at all. It was brought up it was mentioned by public comment by Mr. Nicholson, not by the county council, because that sometimes has a way of getting the fact of saying we did that. Had 2 or 3 other things, but I'm going to skip it and let it go because I've got a meeting at 5. Oh, I'm not going to skip that part. Has everyone had a chance to look at it? I'm okay with it. Sign our names to it and go with it. Good job, Ben. Attaboy. Well, you do it till you get it right, and when you get it right, we'll do it. We're going to adjourn at 4:06.